subscribe and click the bell icon to turn on notifications.
In Module 2, we will cover how to get started with your QuickBooks company file, including the steps on how to create a new company file, getting in, around, and out of a company file, and how to open two QuickBooks files at the same time. Let's move to Section 1, How QuickBooks Files Work. Before we create our company file, I first want to make an important point about installing QuickBooks. If you're working for an organization that already has QuickBooks installed, this isn't something you need to worry about. However, if you're responsible for installing QuickBooks, the good news is that the installation instructions are pretty straightforward. What you do need to keep in mind, however, is that QuickBooks is sensitive when it comes to program file save locations. If you happen to have multiple drives on your computer where data is stored, I recommend saving QuickBooks to the drive where most of your other program files are saved, which would normally be the C drive under Program Files. Speaking from experience, I find that issues arise with opening and restoring backup copies if the program is stored at a different file location. I also want to discuss the technical nature of QuickBooks files that you're working on. Any company file you are working on will have an extension .qbw in the file name. In addition to the .qbw file, QuickBooks automatically creates files in the same location where this .qbw file is saved. These include a .nd file, a .qbw.dsn file, a .qbw.nd file, and a .qbw.tlg file. It also creates subfolders necessary for the .qbw file to operate. I don't want to go into the details of what each of these files do, but what I want to stress is that all of these files should be placed in the same folder, and this folder should only contain the QuickBooks files and folders similar to what I did here. The reason for this is to prevent any of these files getting misplaced or deleted, because if you delete any of these files, you may not be able to open your company file anymore, which obviously can create a big problem if you did not back up your file. So please make sure that all of these files and folders are in its own folder. Now that I've explained about installing QuickBooks and how the files work, let's now have a look at what we see when we open QuickBooks for the first time. This is the screen you'll initially see when you load QuickBooks. You also need to make sure that when you close your company file, you're on this screen as well, which I will discuss a bit later. Right now, our list of companies that we recently opened is blank. And this is expected as we have not opened any QuickBooks files yet. However, once you open a file and close it, when you go back to this screen, it will contain the name of that file along with the other files you've recently opened. This is useful if you want to quickly go into a company file without being forced to browse for that actual file on your computer. All you need to do is double click on it and you'll be in, so it's a great time saver. Now, if you are opening a QuickBooks file that's already been created but never opened on your version of QuickBooks before, you will need to go to the top left under File, click Open or Restore Company, open a company file, hit Next, and then browse for the .qbw file on your computer. You'll also see the Edit List option on the right. And what this does is that if you've got multiple items on this list and you'd like to actually delete them from the list, you can do that here. Your options down here at the bottom are to create a new company, which is what we'll do shortly. You can also open or restore an existing company, which will bring you to the same place as I showed a moment ago on browsing for a QuickBooks file on your computer. If you are in the situation where you need to restore a backup copy of a QuickBooks file, it's similar to opening up a regular QuickBooks.qbw file. What you need to do is click on the Open or Restore Existing Company back in the File menu. So So over here, and then click here. What this will do is that it will convert the backup file, which has the extension name ending in .qbb, into a regular .qbw file, which is the working QuickBooks company file. Sometimes you may need to restore a portable file, which is similar to a backup file except the file size is a lot smaller and is sometimes used when people want to share QuickBooks files without taking a ton of data space. A portable file has the file name ending in .qbm, M as in Mary. So you would restore it by clicking this option here instead. Going back to the main screen, we will see there is another option at the bottom called Open a Sample File. If you click this, it will essentially open up a file that QuickBooks has created for a fake company in a certain industry, listed on the drop down here. The purpose of this is to give you an example on how you should set your real company file up if you happen to be in the same industry. It's not meant to start your company file from scratch. Let's now proceed with actually creating a new company file from scratch using the Easy Step interview. What we will do in this module is create a new company file using the Easy Step interview in QuickBooks. Because the Easy Setup interview takes some time to go through, I've broken this instruction into two parts. Part 1 will go over creating the actual company file, while Part 2, which follows right after this section, goes over additional interview setup questions we need to go through. Now in the previous module, I introduced the way in which you should follow along using the Items, Fittings, and Supply Limited instruction QuickBooks sample file that's been provided. For this module, however, this instruction file is actually the end product of what we'll be setting up in this module. You can do so by just following along with what you see on the screen, and at the end, you can compare what you have with the Items, Fittings, and Supply Unlimited instruction QuickBooks sample file provided. Now let's get started with the Easy Setup interview. First, we'll click the button that says Create a New Company File. And you'll see three options here. One says Express Start. This option will ask you a few questions and then it will set up your company file, but you'll still have a lot more to do, and if you don't have any direction and know what to do, you'll be kind of lost here. So we're not going to select this one. The other option is to create a new company from an existing file. So if you already have a company file created and you want to take the preferences, sales tax items, memorized reports, and chart of accounts and put them into a brand new file, this option would be ideal. However, we're starting from scratch, so we're going to select Detailed Start. Now you'll notice on the first screen here that you really only have to input two things. That is the company name and the province, indicated by the asterisks. However, you'll want to fill out as much of this as possible because this is where it's going to pull information onto your correspondence. So if you're going to send out invoices, for example, you'll want your street address, city, and postal code filled out. Let me go ahead and put in a company name here, and we're just going to call it Items, Fittings, and Supply Limited. For our scenario, this company sells pipes and fittings for construction clients in the Greater Toronto Area. You'll notice that as soon as I put in the company name, it copied it into the legal name field. You really don't need to change it unless the legal name happens to be different. Now we'll put in the street address. Let's say it's 2810 Main Street. The city being Toronto. We'll choose our province as Ontario. Our postal code will be M4C4Y4. You can also go ahead and put in your phone number and fax number if you want. Since I'll be demonstrating invoice forms later, let's put these in. So here's my phone number. And here's my fax number. You would want to have your email address and your website on any correspondence that you may want to send out, so I'll put these in as well. So here's my email address. And here's my website. The good thing is that none of these fields we are entering are set in stone. You do have the ability to come back into the Easy Step interview and edit anything you've entered at this point. When we click Next, it now asks us to select our industry. When you look down the list, you'll see a whole bunch of different industries pre-populated for you, like we have accounting and bookkeeping, advertising, auto sales, etc. If you're unsure about which industry to pick, you can scroll to the bottom and select either general product-based business or general service-based business. The reason why QuickBooks asks for an industry is because it wants to assist you in setting up a pre-populated chart of accounts reflective of the type of accounts you would use in that business. We'll end up seeing this chart of accounts shortly. For demonstration purposes, I'm just going to select generic product-based business, and I'll click Next. We are now asked how our company is organized. So you need to assess, is the business a sole proprietorship or unincorporated entity? If so, the financial statements generated from QuickBooks will likely be used for the sole proprietor's personal tax return, also known as a T1 return in Canada. Or perhaps the business is unincorporated, but it is owned by more than one owner, and each of the partners reports their income on their personal T1 returns. If so, you would select the second option. For most of the companies you will likely work on in QuickBooks throughout your career, they will be incorporated entities, which need to file a T2 corporate tax return every year. If this applies to the business you're working on, you would select the third option. If you are doing the books for a non-for-profit or charity, you would select either of these options. And lastly, you have the option to select Other or None. What this means is that QuickBooks will not assign any tax forms to your company. If you select any of the other options above, QuickBooks will allow you to assign your accounts to tax lines that exist on the tax return applicable to your selection, which further allows exporting balances directly into tax software. Since incorporated entities are the most common, as I said earlier, let's select Corporation for this demonstration. And let's select Next. Now we have to pick the first month of our fiscal year. This will default to January. If your first month of the fiscal year is not January, you can select the appropriate month from the drop-down. For this demonstration, Adams Fittings and Supply has a fiscal year that begins in January. So I'm going to hit Next. Now it asks us for an administrator password. If you don't end up setting an administrator password, what will happen is that anyone who gets a copy of your QuickBooks file can go in and essentially get complete access to everything that is inside your file. Of course, it is highly recommended that you do set up a password in order to maintain the security of your company's confidential data. Once a password is set up and you log out of the file and then log back in, you will be prompted to enter the username, which in this case would be admin, and the password that you specified. For this demonstration, however, I will not assign a password to the file. Now it asks us to create your company file. Let's select Next. And you'll notice how that it is prompting us to save our QuickBooks file using the company name we assigned at the beginning of this section. However, you don't need to stick with this name, and you can use whatever name you like. As far as choosing a save location, I would recommend you save the file in its own folder, which is something that I discussed in the first section of this module. The actual folder should be saved somewhere where you can easily find it if you need to. I'm going to go ahead and hit save at the bottom. And now it's actually creating your new company file. Please now watch part 2 as we continue to work through the Easy Step interview process. This section is a continuation of the Easy Step interview, which I was demonstrating in the previous section. So if you did not watch a previous section titled Using the Easy Step Interview Part 1, I highly recommend you do so before watching this one. At this point now, our company file has now been created, and we still have some more questions that the Easy Step interview is going to ask us. These questions relate more to the customization of our file. If we hit Next, first it asks us what we sell, whether it be products, services, or both products and services. For this demonstration, I will select the third option, and I'm going to click Next. It now asks us if we sell our products online. As QuickBooks disclaims here, this is solely for the purpose of displaying information about services that can help you sell products on the web. Since we really don't care so much about that feature for the purposes of this course, I'm going to select that we don't sell online, even if we may actually do. And I'm going to click Next. Now it asks us if we charge sales tax. For most for-profit entities you will work on, the answer to this will usually be yes. As we know in Canada, sales tax is in the form of HST, GST, PST, or QST if you're registered in Quebec. For sales tax filing purposes, we will input our sales tax number, but we do not have to input our QST number for this company. So let's input our number. In this case, it is all nines with 9 digits. And it ends in RT0001. Now, if we click Next, QuickBooks will actually warn you saying that the business number is invalid if it actually is. So it's a nice accuracy control that they built into the program. For this to be valid, I'll go ahead and modify the number I'm using to a valid number. So I'm going to click Go Back, and I'll change the last number to an 8. And click Next. Now it asks us if we like to create estimates in QuickBooks. So, for example, in our business, we may have a large contractor come to us who's interested in buying a large quantity of pipes needed for a big construction project going on in the city. The contractor would first likely ask us for a quote or estimate on those costs to buy the bulk of pipes. So in this case, you would want this feature turned on. I'm going to say yes and click Next. It now asks us if we want to enable the sales order feature in QuickBooks. So to clarify, sales orders are not the same as invoices, as the products have not been sold yet, only ordered. It is more useful for inventory management purposes for a business that primarily sells goods, as it will adjust inventory levels based on the amount being ordered. I will further demonstrate the use of sales orders in another module, but for now I will select yes to this feature and click Next. Now it asks us about using statements in QuickBooks. So these would be statements you would send out to customers which specify the list of unpaid invoices as of a certain date, usually at the end of the month. It's useful for managing receivables as it reminds customers they owe you money. Now, it's not a requirement, but a lot of businesses do send out statements, especially ones that deal with a high number of transactions, like our business that sells construction materials. For our demonstration, we will select yes to this feature as well and click Next. Next, we are asked about if we want to use progress invoicing. Progress invoicing is mainly used by companies that bill for large projects that are performed in phases or milestones over a period of time. Normally, these projects would get billed as each of these phases is completed. Since we are in the business of selling industrial pipes, we don't undergo big projects like this, and the need for progress invoicing will not apply to us. So I will select No for this feature and click Next. Next, it asks us if we want to manage the bills we owe to our vendors. So basically, what it means by managing bills is that it will allow you to run reports showing who you owe money to, what bills are overdue, how old these bills are, and providing reminders when bills become due. For any business that does not deal on a cash basis, and what I mean is that they actually get credit terms with their vendors, like allowing you to pay in 15 or 30 days or whatever, which arises in accounts payable balances, you should definitely take advantage of this feature in QuickBooks. So I will select Yes and click Next. Next, we are asked if we want to print checks. So in QuickBooks, you actually have the ability to print checks as they are being created, which can be a big time saver for you instead of manually writing these out. So the program has the ability to recognize your printer settings and print the appropriate fields on your blank checks when you put them through your printer. For our demonstration, I will select that we are printing checks. And I'm going to click Next. Now we are asked about tracking inventory in QuickBooks. As I will show in a later module, you do have the ability to record and track your quantity of inventory, whether it be actual products you are selling or quantity of items used directly in your service business. I'm actually a bit surprised that QuickBooks asks us this, since we were previously asked if we want to use the sales ordering feature, which adjusts our inventory levels for us. So for our company, given that we sell actual products, being pipes and fittings, it would be beneficial for us to track these. So I will say yes to this option. And we're going to click Next. Next, we are asked if we accept credit cards. So QuickBooks can actually allow you to process payments from your customers by entering their debit or credit card information using the merchant services interface that exists directly in the program. However, I find that in practice, this feature is rarely used, as most businesses use another third-party merchant provider to process these transactions. For our demonstration, I will select No for this option and click Next. Now it asks us about tracking time in QuickBooks. So there are two ways in which you may want to use this feature. The first way is, let's say you're in a business where you actually invoice your customers by the time you spend either speaking to them on the phone or doing a project or work for them. You could actually turn on the timer in QuickBooks and record that time, and then you can turn around and invoice your customer for that time. The other way you could track time would be for job costing purposes. So you may want to use this feature to track the time that your employees spend working on a particular project, and use this data to determine how much of your overhead costs should be allocated to that project. For this demonstration, I will turn on this feature and click Next. Now it's asking us if we have employees. Since payroll is a common function used by companies that run QuickBooks, I've prepared a separate module covering this. So for us to use payroll functions in QuickBooks, I will select Yes, and I'll click Next. We are now asked if we want to track multiple currencies in QuickBooks. So if your company undergoes transactions outside of Canada, whether it be buying goods or services or selling goods or services, you will want to enable this feature. However, it's very important to note, and QuickBooks even mentions it here. Once you enable this function, you cannot disable it. The good thing though is that if we discover later that we need to use this feature, we can always go back to company settings and turn it on. To be on the safe side for now, I will select No for this feature and hit Next. Now we're getting to the last parts of the easy step interview, as you can see by the progress bar over here. We're going to click Next. And now it will ask you to select a start date to start tracking your finances. Now, you have two choices here. You can either start from the beginning of your fiscal year, or you can choose any specific date you'd like. Ultimately, the date you choose should be the date of your earliest transaction that needs to be recorded in your company's books. For this demonstration, I will pick January 1st, 2019. And I'll click Next. QuickBooks has now populated a list of commonly used accounts for us to choose that would be used in the industry that we selected in Part 1 of the Easy Step interview demonstration. So, if you recall, we had selected our industry to be general product-based business, and we should expect to see accounts related to sales, purchases, like on top here, shipping costs, along with typical selling and admin expenses like down here, plus a few capital asset accounts, which would be over here. As we look through the list, it appears that QuickBooks did a good job at selecting these for us. It also threw in other potentially applicable accounts for us to select, like business licenses and permits. Now, in case you believe that there is another account that should be added to our chart of accounts that's not appearing on this list at all, no reason to be alarmed. I will show you in the upcoming module how you can add an account in your chart of accounts later on. For now, I will take the list that QuickBooks has recommended and click Next. So congratulations! We are now done the Easy Step interview process. One important thing I'd like to note is that none of these selections we put in the Easy Step process is set in stone. They can be modified, which is something that I will discuss when I go over selecting QuickBooks preferences in Module 3. If we now go to Setup, and move the screen over a bit, before I discuss this screen, I should note that if you are using the QuickBooks Desktop Accountant Edition, you may be prompted to set the external accountant user functions. For this demonstration, we are doing the actual bookkeeping and not performing adjusting entries for a client, so I would hit no on this prompt if it appeared. So on this screen, we're asked about several things we want to add, like our customers, inventory items, and bank accounts. We will do each of these in separate modules. So for now, let's hit Start Working at the bottom. We're going to close this pop-up window over here. And now we're at our fantastic home screen, which will be our starting point for the next section, which I will go over how to get around in QuickBooks. What we're going to do in this section is explore the QuickBooks home screen and see the different ways in which we can access the main functions in QuickBooks. Since there are several things to go over, I've broken this instruction into two parts. This is part 1, and part 2 will be covered in the section after this one. So once you open your company file and enter in your login information, if you created one, you will see the home screen as you see here. You can think of your home screen as Command Central, or the main place where you can access the main features in QuickBooks. The way how QuickBooks has laid out the home screen is by grouping the different functions using a flowchart to illustrate the accounting functions you would do first, second, and third. Now, there are obviously a lot of functions here, and each of these will be shown in more detail in a separate module in this course. For this module, however, I just want to demonstrate where you can find these functions. So, at the top, we have all of our vendor functions contained up here. First, if we are purchasing an inventory item for sale, we would create a purchase order by clicking this button. Then, once we receive the inventory, we can use this function to adjust our inventory level for the goods we received. And we can decide whether we want to enter the bill depending on if the bill was given to us at the time we received the goods. In case the bill comes after the goods were received, we would select Receive Inventory Without Bill when we receive the goods, and then later hit Enter Bills Against Inventory once the bill is ready by clicking here. I'm going to click Cancel. You can also enter bills whether they relate to inventory or not. For example, if you just want to enter a hydro bill, using the function here that says Enter Bills. This function will create a payable for our vendor based on the amount we enter for the bill. Then once we're ready to pay off the bill, just going to close this, we would select Pay Bills, which would give us a list of all the bills outstanding to be paid. Now, once we have finished purchasing our inventory, it should follow that we would sell it later, of course. When a customer has expressed interest in buying goods from us, we will generate an estimate by clicking here. When they're ready to actually order the goods, we would create a sales order or proceed to create the actual invoice over here. Creating the invoice will record the sale in our books and generate a receivable balance for our customer. If we are tracking time or expenses for a customer, we can also generate an invoice for our time spent based on our billable rates or the amount of expenses we are seeking reimbursement for. So you would click this over here. If you're in the situation where you've created multiple invoices for a customer and you want to send them a statement of all the invoices they owe, you can create a statement for them by clicking over here. And once your customers have paid you, you would record the receipt of funds by clicking over here. After that, when you go to deposit the money in the bank, we would click Record Deposits over here. You'll notice that there's also a feature called Create Sales Receipts. This is to be used if you bill your customers and receive the payment at the same time. For example, if they pay you cash, check, debit, or credit card on the spot. In this situation, you would only select this function. You would not need to create the invoice, receive the payment, and record the deposit. Now, besides paying bills, if you have employees, you will also need to pay them too, hopefully. To do that, you need to use the Payroll Center at the bottom. And once you're in here, you'll see 3 tabs. Pay Employees, Pay Liabilities. So this here would be your payroll source deductions owing to the government. And File Forms, such as T4s and Records of Employment. If I escape out of here by clicking Escape, and look back at the home screen, each of these 3 tabs are also accessible using the buttons Pay Employees, Pay Liabilities, and Process Payroll Forms. For banking functions, other than recording deposits, you may be in the situation where you need to write a check for which you do not have a corresponding bill for. In this case, you would use the Write Checks feature down here. You sometimes may also need to generate a list of all the checks you created, which you can access by hitting the check register over here. If you've created a bunch of checks and you want to print them out in a batch, you can do this using the feature Print Checks down here. And lastly, after recording all of your bank transactions, you should be reconciling your bank account on a regular basis. You can access that function by clicking here. There are a few other features you can access directly from the home page that I didn't already discuss. One up here is called Manage Sales Tax. So this allows you to set up your sales tax codes, whether it be HST, GST, QST, etc., along with preparing sales tax reports necessary for sales tax filing.
plus recording sales tax payments. On the right, you'll see Chart of Accounts, which is where you can see a list of all your accounts, along with the ability to add, edit, and delete accounts. The next module will go over this in more detail. If you've created many inventory items, whether they be individual products or different service items, you can access and modify this data, along with viewing inventory quantities, by clicking Items and Services over here. So if I click this and expand, you'll see it also shows you all of the sales tax items you created. Let me click Escape. To get more detail on your individual inventory items, you will need to go into your Inventory Center, which you can access under the Inventory Activities up here, and click over here. Lastly, QuickBooks also provides a built-in calendar to see when things are due, which you can access down here. For example, you may want to see when customers owe you money or when you owe your suppliers money based on the invoice terms. So now we've discussed the main items that exist on the home screen. You'll see there is a tab on top beside the home screen that says Insights. Assuming you've entered all your data for your company correctly, this is a useful feature to get a snapshot of the company's profit and loss by predefined date ranges, which you can select over here, as it will generate both bar graphs and line graphs. It also shows you comparison of income to previous years, also top sales by customer, business growth, and net profit margin. Furthermore, it shows you a bar graph below of customers that have unpaid or open invoices, ones that are overdue, and ones that have paid. Once we have information in this file, the details on each of these can be expanded by clicking on each respective bar. You can also see a pie chart of your expenses by category, also based on predefined date ranges. All of these reports can be printed or saved to PDF as shown above. So let's get out of here. If you're wondering how you can get back to your home screen fast, you can use the shortcuts that QuickBooks has built on the left icon bar over here. So under My Shortcuts, I'm going to click Home. You can also just click up here, Home Page. And here we are, back to base. Besides the home screen, there are other useful shortcuts that you can access from the left, such as customers, vendors, employees, bank feeds, reports, and payroll. You also have the ability below to view balances. By default, it will show you your most recent payables and receivables, but you can customize this to view essentially any other account existing in your chart of accounts by clicking Customize View Balances. So for example, if I click Cost of Goods Sold, I can add a Cost of Goods Sold account to my quick view list on the left icon bar by clicking, for example, Freight, clicking Add, and clicking OK. And here it appears. I'm just going to go back into Customize and remove it for now, and click OK. Now, if you've created favorite reports, which I will discuss in a later module, you would be able to generate them quickly from here. You can also see what windows you have open in QuickBooks. So anytime I open a function in QuickBooks, it opens up a new window. So just to demonstrate, I'm going to click Open Windows. Shows me Home is open. But if I go to Enter Bills, you'll see in my Open Windows menu on the left that a new window titled Enter Bills has appeared. You can navigate between the windows by clicking on each name listed, as such. And when I close the Enter Bills window by clicking the X at the bottom, it disappears on the left menu. I will stop this section here. In the next section, I will walk you through what is contained in the top menu bar. In this section, I will continue where we left off in the previous section, where I was demonstrating how to get around in QuickBooks. Specifically, we'll be looking at what's in the menu bar. We're back at our home screen. The menu bar is shown in gray on top, along here. It's important to understand where things are on this menu bar because it contains a lot of important functions, some of which are not on the home screen. In the File menu, this contains functions of things you would want to do with the actual QuickBooks files that are not accounting related, such as creating a new company file, opening a file, creating a backup of your file, creating a copy of your file, along with the Utilities submenu. In here, you can use this to either import data into your company file, such as customers, vendors, and inventory items using an Excel file, shown here, or you can import lists and transactions like journal entries using IIF files over here. You can also export data from QuickBooks into an IIF file, which is useful if you want to move lists from one QuickBooks file into another. So if I click here, you can see the lists that you can import out of your QuickBooks file. Let me click cancel and go back. Below Utilities, you can also click here to print various forms such as invoices, bills, checks, etc. And for these forms, you can adjust your printer settings by clicking over here. One other interesting feature you can access in the File menu is to toggle to another edition. So, as I explained in Module 1, there are different versions of QuickBooks Desktop, and the one that I am demonstrating with is the Premier Accountant Edition, which is the highest version available. If you happen to be using the Accountant Edition like me, and you want to simulate running your company file in a lower version of QuickBooks like Pro or Premier, you can click here to run your file in any version you want. This is primarily useful if you or your client wants to evaluate whether it's worthwhile to purchase a version of QuickBooks that will satisfy the needs of your company. Let me click cancel. Now let's look at the Edit menu. The Edit menu gives you the ability to edit different functions you are using. Now that we're on the home screen, and if we go under Edit, we will not see many functions available. But let's say if I click Enter Bills, and now go back to Edit, there are many options available to me. I can clear the bill, duplicate it, copy the data, void it entirely, or find other bills existing in the company file. So if I close this, and if I want to enter an invoice, and I go look under Edit, you can see there are similar options available. Let me close this. There are two other important functions in the Edit menu I want to mention. Find. This allows you to literally look up the details of any transaction to see if it exists in your company file, whether it be an amount, a reference number, a transaction date, a sales tax code, or even info contained in the memo field. The Find feature has a simple mode or the advanced mode, which allows you to get into further detail to find what you're looking for. The other important function is Preferences down here, which gives you access to all of the settings of your QuickBooks file. I will go over the details of Preferences settings in the next module. The next menu beside of Edit is View. The main function that the View menu provides is the ability to configure how your open windows show on your screen. It gives you a quick link to the Open Windows list in the left icon bar, which I discussed earlier. So that's what we see here right now. You can also move this left icon bar on top by clicking over here. Or you can hide it entirely by clicking here. To allow for more viewing space, I recommend keeping the icon bar at the top of the screen. So I'm just going to put it on top. You can also customize the icons that appear in this bar by clicking over here. So if you want to rearrange any of the icons we currently have, we can move them up and down as such. Like this. More importantly, there are many other functions that you can add to your icon bar by clicking here, along with customizing the icon name that appears. Let's now get out of here, as I next want to show you the list menu. So the list menu basically allows you to access a variety of lists applicable to your company file. The most important one is the chart of accounts, which shows you the list of all the accounts you created in QuickBooks, sorted by account type. Another important one is the item list, which shows you not only all of your sales tax items and groups, but also any specific services or inventory items you've created in your company file. One other list I want to bring to your attention is the memorized transaction list. By clicking on it, it would show you a list of any transaction you had QuickBooks remember, which would allow you to re-enter the same transaction with the same data just by clicking whatever is on the list. This is especially useful when entering transactions that repeat often. I will show this in a later module. Next, we have the Favorites menu. This is a useful menu if you want to create your own quick shortcuts to menu items existing in other places inside QuickBooks. So if I click Customize Favorites, you can see here that there are hundreds of items that you can add to your favorites list. What you may want to consider doing after using QuickBooks for a while is figure out what functions you use the most often and put these functions in your favorites menu, so it should save time compared to clicking in various places to access these functions. I'm going to click Cancel. Next is the Accountant menu. This menu will only appear if you're using the QuickBooks Premier Accountant Edition like I am. What QuickBooks has done with this menu is that they placed functions they feel that accountants would often access other than everyday bookkeeping tasks. For example, you can batch enter transactions from here, meaning you can enter multiple deposits, checks, invoices, bills, or credit card charges all at the same time. So each transaction would be separated out in QuickBooks, but you can still enter multiple transactions on one screen in order to save time. When batch entering, you can also batch delete or void transactions if you need to. The Client Data Review tab below has additional time-saving tools useful for accountants who are cleaning up the bookkeeping. It has a module for reclassifying transactions over here, fixing unapplied customer payments and credits, clearing up the undeposited funds account. So this actually allows you to apply receipts to balances in there that should have been cleared. You can write off multiple invoices at once. So for example, if you discover that all invoices over 180 days should be written off, you can essentially write these off using credit memos with this module. Similar to customers, you can also fix unapplied vendor payments and credits, along with other miscellaneous fixing functions below. If you are in the situation where you need to create a journal entry, so literally typing out your debit and credit, you can access that feature over here called Make General Journal Entries. Also, if you want to access the reconciliation screen if you need to reconcile your bank or credit card accounts, you can access it down here. Lastly, if you want to set a closing date and password on your books to prevent other people from making changes to your transactions dated before a certain date, you can set that up down over here. Next, we have the Company menu. There's a couple useful features in here that I haven't introduced already. The first one is the company snapshot. So if I click on this, it gives us a whole bunch of insights on how our company is doing using bar graphs. We can't see anything right now because, again, we don't have any data in this file right now. Below this, we have the company information module. So this allows us to modify company name, address, and contact info that was set up in the Easy Step interview before. We just click cancel. Below this, we can set up users and passwords, which is something I would recommend doing at some point once you are working on your real-life QuickBooks file. If you want to set up budgets and forecasts, luckily QuickBooks has something for that. And you can set these up by clicking here and walking through your criteria for establishing these. Another feature that QuickBooks has that some may take use out of is the ability to set to-do task items, which can show up on both your QuickBooks calendar as an alert when you have items that become due. You can also enter vehicle mileage here. So basically, this feature allows you to record the kilometers you travel on a certain car, and you can make these kilometers a billable item for your customer if you have a reimbursable expense arrangement with them. Below this, you can access your different letter templates shown over here. And you also have the ability to export your company file to QuickBooks Online by clicking over here, if that's something you want to do someday. The next menu is the sales tax menu. As it goes by its name, this is the place where you can access anything sales tax related for your company, such as your tax agency reports, recording the filing of a sales tax return, and viewing the list of your sales tax codes. I will discuss the details of managing sales tax in QuickBooks in a separate module. After this menu, we have the Customers menu. This menu contains pretty much all of the functions that exist in the Customers section that I already went through on the home screen. It also provides you with a link to your income tracker, which is down here. This gives us a clean breakdown of our sales invoices that we have outstanding. We can also access our time tracking functions. So regardless if we like using the weekly timesheet or entering time as a single activity, we can use these functions to track the time we spend on each of our customers that we have in QuickBooks and then use that data to invoice them later for our time spent. Next, we have the Vendors menu. And similar to the Customers menu, it contains all of the functions in the Vendors section on the home screen. It also provides you with a link to your bill tracker, which basically gives us a nice, clean breakdown of our outstanding bills. We have our Employee menu, which is something I will discuss in a later module. And then after that is our Banking menu. This, again, contains all of the functions in the banking section of the home screen. It also contains the Transfer Funds function, which allows us to record a transfer of funds from any asset, liability, or equity account that we have set up in QuickBooks. For example, you may use this function to record the payment of a credit card balance from the bank account. So you specify here what account is from and where the funds are going to. Let me close this. Next, we have our Reports menu. This menu is a very important menu as it gives us access to all of the reports that we can run inside QuickBooks. As you can see by the length of this list, there are a lot of reports that you can run. For this reason, I will be going over the report functions in a separate module. In our Window module, this gives us a list of all the windows we have open. As I have already clicked a few functions in QuickBooks, it shows them as open windows down here. If we want to quickly close all of our windows, which is something I recommend doing before you exit your company file, you can do this just by clicking the Close All function, like this. And now everything is closed. Our last menu is the Help menu. This gives us access to QuickBooks Desktop Help, which basically contains a database of helpful guidance in a manual format for using QuickBooks functions. For example, if I go into it, hit the search icon, and type vendors, and click enter, you can see that it's populated 15 different topics. So if I want to read about how to add a vendor, I can click here, and I can read below how to add a vendor by clicking here. I would argue that this video instruction is probably a better way to learn QuickBooks, and of course I have some bias here, but you may also prefer to read up on certain things using QuickBooks Desktop help as a reference point. Let me close this. Below this, you can access new features, which basically walks you through the features that got added to the version you're using over the previous year's version. Below this, you have access to QuickBooks support links, along with accessing your license information down here, which is something you would need to access if you ever need to contact QuickBooks sales or support. So there you have it. We've now seen where you can find all of the accessible functions in QuickBooks. What I want to briefly show you is how you should be starting and exiting QuickBooks. Since we already have QuickBooks open, I'll first show you how to get out of the program, and then I'll show you how to get back into it. As I mentioned in the previous section, if you have multiple windows open, I recommend you close all of these windows, since QuickBooks remembers all of the windows you kept open after closing it, and it will try to restore these windows when you reopen the program. So if you have a lot of windows open and you close QuickBooks, when you try to reopen QuickBooks, the program may get really slow starting up, as it will try to load all of these screens. So let's go to the window menu on top and hit Close All. Once we've done this, let's go to the File menu and select Close Company. At this point, you may see a notification come up saying that QuickBooks wants to do a backup of your file. You can either select to do the backup or pass on doing the backup. So once we've closed the company file, it will bring us back to our company file list for quick access. To fully get out of QuickBooks, you can either click the X on the top right corner over here, or going to File and hit Exit. Now I'll show you how to get into your QuickBooks company file. The safest way to do it is to double-click on the QuickBooks icon on your desktop screen or on your apps list. And once you're at the screen, you can either open your company file from this list if you've recently opened the file. Alternatively, in case the file you need to access is not listed here, you can go to File, hit Open or Restore Company, and then select Open a Company File, and click Next. And once you're in here, you can browse for the QuickBooks working file, usually indicated with a green icon, and the type is QuickBooks Company File, as shown here. Once I've found it, I'll hit Open. On this screen, you may see a password prompt. We're going to select No to setting up an external accountant user. And now we're in our company file. Now I'll show you how to open two company files in QuickBooks in case you need to have more than one file open at the same time. Please note that this feature is only available in QuickBooks Premier Accountant and QuickBooks Enterprise editions. To open a second file, you'll need to go to File, Open Second Company, and then a dialog will automatically appear telling you it's opened a second window. And you can see that it's opened a second window by looking on top. As you can see, this window is now labeled secondary. Now we need to go through the same process to open our second file using the approach we do when we open our primary file. So I'm going to click OK. Going to hit File, Open or Restore Company. Open a company file, click Next. Going to search for a second file. Going to hit Open. Going to hit OK to this. This is a sample file that QuickBooks has provided me. And once I'm in, you'll see that I have access to all of the main features, such as the home screen. In case you are using multiple monitors, the other benefit of having another company file open as a second window is that you can move it around to another monitor, so essentially you can see two QuickBooks files side by side running off the same computer. Using this feature will also come in handy when you're trying the Let Me Try sessions at the end of each module. If I want to close my secondary file, I would do the same approach as if I'm closing my primary file. I would go to File, Close Company, and then either hit the Exit in the File menu on the bottom, or hitting the X at the top right corner. And now QuickBooks has kept my primary file still open, as such. In this module, I will walk you through customizing the QuickBooks environment. What I mean by this is that we can modify the preferences to change how QuickBooks behaves when we're completing different tasks to our liking. We can also set up and modify the functionality available for different users who need to access our QuickBooks file. Another form of customization you will definitely use in QuickBooks are the accounts you end up using for your business. I will walk you through each of these things, and at the end, you will be able to practice creating a new account in your chart of accounts in QuickBooks on your own. In our first section, let's jump into modifying QuickBooks preferences. You want to go through and look at all of the preferences before you get started because there are some things you're going to want to turn on or off to make QuickBooks a little bit easier for you as you're getting things set up. Now, as I noted when we went through the Easy Step interview in Module 2, you could go back and change every one of those answers you put in there. Most of those answers are going to be in the preferences. So I want to take a few minutes and go through all the preferences with you. We obviously won't have time to hit them all because there's so many, but we'll hit the more important ones that you'll likely use or benefit from. And if there's some you want to come back and look at later, you can certainly feel free to do that. So let's get started. All the preferences are located under the Edit menu. And you'll see preferences at the very bottom of the list here. So let's click that. The way this screen works is that you have these options on the left, like over here. And typically when you come in, it's on the general option automatically like this. And each one of these will have a tab that says My Preferences, and also one that says Company Preferences. You'll want to look under both when you're looking for your options. I want to start at the very top with the one that says Accounting, and just go through a couple of things with you. And I'm going to start on the Company Preferences tab. There's actually three things here that would be of interest to you. The first one is a selection called Use Account Numbers. And to demonstrate how this works, I'm going to cancel this for a moment. What we're going to do a little bit later in this particular module is we're going to go through the chart of accounts and get that all set up. So as I explained in the previous module, the chart of accounts is a place where you can find all of your accounts in QuickBooks, and it's located right here on your home screen. Let me show you what it currently looks like now, and then I'll turn that option on for the account numbers to see what it looks like then. So let's click it. Right now, your chart of accounts is set up by type over here. And you can see when the type is the same for certain accounts, it will be listed alphabetically like this, starting from here and going down. Some people like to use general ledger numbers. You'll notice there aren't any right now, but we're going to turn these on. We're going to go back into Preferences under Edit, hit Preferences, go under Accounting, Company Preferences, and select Use Account Numbers. I'm going to check the box and click OK. And now you'll see that you have general ledger numbers down here on the left. Now, this is just an option. You don't have to use them. Like I said, if you'd rather not, then they're going to be set up alphabetical by type. But right now, these are listed by account number as such. Let me go back in here and go back to Preferences. Go to Company Preferences. On the same screen, there's another option that says Use Class Tracking for Transactions. This will allow you to actually take each transaction and segment it by a different list. Now, here's what I mean by that. Right now, you can run reports on the company as a whole. You can see if you're making money, losing money, all the numbers in all your different accounts. But what if you need to break your business down even further? For example, maybe you have 2 different departments in your organization and you need to run a profit or loss per department. Or maybe you have 2 locations and you'd like to run a profit and loss for each location. That could be your class list. If you turn this feature on, what will happen is each transaction will have an extra field and there will be a drop down for you to pick the class. The class can be any list you'd like to set up. Like I said, it could be locations, it could be departments, whatever you'd like that list to be. And then you could run reports based on those. Not every business will use this feature, but it's a great little feature if you need it. For this demonstration, I'll keep this class tracking off for now. The other thing I want to mention on the screen is down here, where you have the option to close the books. If you're not familiar with this term, this is what happens when you close the books. Typically in accounting, you close the books at the end of every year, especially if the size of your organization is small. However, for larger organizations that need to run monthly reports, they may close the books on a monthly basis. So let's say you've closed the books through the end of December, and later on you realize that you misposted something prior to your year-end date, let's say in November. You can't just go delete or modify that entry. What you need to do is make an offsetting entry in the current period, and that's the correct way to do your accounting. Otherwise, your reports will change for periods that have already been closed. If anyone using those reports goes into QuickBooks and sees that the reports have now changed, they will likely not be very happy. The QuickBooks software does not close the books for you, nor does it warn you. You have to know to come to this screen. You would set a closing date in here by clicking this. And this is where you would put in your closing date in this field over here. So if you tried making a change before the date you specify, it would give you a pop-up and warn you. You can also put in a password down here so that the pop-up would also prompt you to enter a password if you're trying to make a change before the closing date. For the purposes of this instruction, I'm not going to set a password or a close date, but I highly recommend that you consider doing this for the companies that you are working on. Just remember to save the password somewhere safe. Going to hit cancel here. Let's continue down this list and focus on the more important preferences here. Let's go down to the general option. And if you ever make any changes on any screen, it will ask you if you'd like to save them, just so you know. I'm going to click the My Preferences tab. And remember, this is the one that pops up automatically when you first come into the Preferences option, okay? Everyone will want to check this box right here. Pressing Enter moves between fields. So I'm going to select that. If you've used QuickBooks before, one of the things you'll find is that when you start typing in a form, let's say you happen to be in an invoice, for example, and you hit the Enter key thinking you're going to move to the next field, you actually save and close that transaction, and it'll really confuse you if you don't know what you're looking for. In this case, you'll notice that I can press Enter now, or the Tab key to move between fields. By selecting this option, I can now either press the Enter key or the Tab key to move between fields. There's a lot of other little options here, like do you want it to beep when you record a transaction? Things like that. You might want to turn off your pop-up messages for products and services that Intuit wants to try to sell you. I'll turn these off for this instruction. I'm also going to select this one here. Automatically recall last transaction for this name. What this does is, let's say you write a check and you make it payable to your electric company and you fill in all the information on the check. The next time you write your check and you pull in that same name, it will pre-populate the whole check with the last entry, and then you can change anything you need. It's a great time saver and it keeps your accounting consistent. You may also want to use today's date as default. That means that on every new transaction you create, you'll have the current date pre-populated, but you can change it if you need to. My preference to avoid date entry errors is to use the last date entered as my default, meaning it will populate the new transaction with the same date as whatever you last entered. So I will keep the default date option as is. Moving along the left here, I'm going to go down to Items and Inventory, and I'll save my changes. I'm going to click the Company Preferences tab this time. If you remember in the Easy Step interview, one of the questions was, do you track inventory? Yes or no? If you say yes, which we ended up doing in the previous module, these will be checked already, and they will actually show up in your home screen. So if I close this and go to my home screen, you'll notice that I have options for purchase orders, receiving inventory, and entering bills against inventory. Let me go back into Preferences again. Jobs and Estimates is the next one on the list. Again, I'll choose the Company Preferences tab. If you happen to work with jobs and construction as a prime example, then you'll want to track somewhere in QuickBooks that certain jobs might be pending, they might be in progress, those types of things. And you might have different terminology for these jobs, and here's where you can change that by these names over here. If you remember in the Easy Step interview, it did ask if we want to create estimates. Here's these options selected right here. You could say yes or no. It also asked us if we wanted to do progress invoicing, and again, here are the options we selected. Let's now scroll down to Payments, and let's go to the Company Preferences tab, which it's already on. There's one option here that I just want you to be aware of. It's called Use Undeposited Funds as a Default Deposit to Account. Now this might not make sense right now, but it will later on when we talk about receiving payments from customers. If we have this turned on, all funds received from customers that we record will go directly to the account called Undeposited Funds. If we uncheck this, we'll be able to choose the account we'd like to put the money into. I will explain this in more detail when we talk about working with customer payments, but for now, we will unselect this option. Let's now go down to Payroll and Employees. I'm going to click Save. We'll close the window for a sec. One of the questions it also asked us in the Easy Step interview was, do you want to use the payroll feature? Yes or no? Here I can turn on full payroll options. I can choose no payroll, or you can see some of the other options down here. If you want to see employees listed by first name, by last name, there's just a lot of different options here. Let's go ahead and stop this video at this particular point. And what I want to do is come into part 2, and we will continue talking about some of these preferences. In this section, we're continuing where we left off with changing our preferences in QuickBooks. In case you did not watch part 1, I recommend that you do so before watching this section. Let's go ahead and look at the reminders next. Let's hit Company Preferences as we're currently on. And what you see here is a list of things that QuickBooks will remind you that you have to take care of. You can show the summary, the list, or don't remind me. The summary basically means that instead of listing out each individual check to print, for example, it will just say checks to print on your summary, along with the number of checks and total amount of those checks. If you say show the list, you will see each of these ones individually on your reminders list. For some of these, you'll also notice that you can be reminded of X amount of days ahead of time, and you can change that number by clicking the fields in here. The way how the reminders work in QuickBooks is that when you open your company file on a day in which the reminder is due, a window will appear automatically, listing all of the things you want to be warned about. In order for this to happen, you have to go to the tab My Preferences and select Show Reminders List when opening a company file. You can also go to the Reminders window by going under the Company menu over here. So we're going to say yes to saving. I'm going to go to the Company menu and select Reminders over here. Let's go back to Preferences. The next thing down here are your reports and graphs. Let's go into Company Preferences. We're going to be looking at a lot of reports a bit later on, but one thing I want you to notice is that your reports are automatically shown on an accrual basis, as indicated over here. And if you don't know what that means, it basically means that it will show income as soon as you create an invoice, for example, whether it's paid or not. And it will show your expenses when you put in the bill as an expense already occurring, even though you may not have actually paid that bill. Sales and customers is the next one down. You'll notice that if you're under the My Preferences tab, as such, there's a couple additional features you can activate in QuickBooks. For example, you have a feature called Time Cost in QuickBooks. What this basically means is that if you incur expenses that you need to be reimbursed for you can actually have QuickBooks pop up and remind you of those expenses when you're on an invoice by putting in a customer name and job, for example. And we'll see how that works when we start talking about invoicing. If we go under Company Preferences, you'll want to make sure that the feature Warn About Duplicate Invoice Numbers is selected over here. What this does is that it will warn you if you've already entered the same invoice number, which is useful in preventing double posting errors. Now looking at sales tax below, if you recall when we went through the Easy Step interview, we noted that we do want to track sales tax like GST, QST, and HST. And this has been turned on under Preferences because we made that selection. If you ever want to turn off the sales tax features, you just need to go here and click No under the Company Preferences. I'm now going to skip down to Send Forms and go to the Company Preferences tab. One of the features you'll find in QuickBooks is that you have the ability to email a form to a customer, a vendor, etc. For example, I might create an invoice for a customer, and instead of sticking it in the mail, I might actually just click a button to send them an email, and it will be attached. If I go under Basic Invoice and click Current Default, and click Edit, you can see the generic cover sheet that goes with it. You can also see that it pulls in certain fields into this form, like the person's first name and last name. This is taken from what's already in QuickBooks. And if you want to change any of the verbiage in the email, you can modify it just by typing over what's in this box. If you want to add another field to this email, you can find it under this drop down at the bottom, Insert Field. You can also go in and add your own templates and create your own forms if you want to do that. I'm going to click Cancel. Close this. Let's continue down the list. And let's select Time and Expenses. We're not going to save, so I'll select No. This is the last one I wanted to mention to you on the list. Remember that in the Easy Step interview, when it asked, would you like to track the time in QuickBooks, you could say yes or no here. Since we selected yes to this question in that interview, yes is already selected here. In here, you can also select the first day of your work week. You'll also see down here that if you have some expenses, you can mark them as billable automatically, or you can have it track reimbursed expenses as income by selecting this option. Now, that's really all of your options here that I wanted to go over with you. As I'm sure you noticed, there's a couple I purposely skipped over, mainly because it's unlikely you'll need to modify these. However, for whichever organization you're working for in real life, there are some features you may want to activate. So it is worthwhile to look through all of these preferences before working on your company file for the first time. The ones I told you to select were done mainly because they will likely offer you the greatest benefit when using QuickBooks every day. I'm going to head and click OK. Going to click close on this, and I can now go back to my home screen. This wraps up the preferences part of this particular module. In the next section, we're going to talk about how to work with users. In this section, we will look at setting up different users for your company file. Setting up different users is not a requirement to run QuickBooks, however, it is strongly recommended. One of the biggest reasons is that you'd be able to track down errors a little more easily if you knew which user was logged in and what the user was actually working on when the error happened. There is a report that we'll see a bit later called the audit trail, which will show you those types of transactions. Another reason why you would want to set up different users is to limit the access to certain individuals who access your company file. For example, let's say you've hired someone to enter and pay the bills for your company. You may not want this person to be able to view the activity of certain accounts or see your company's profit loss statement for confidentiality reasons. Therefore, you can set restrictions on their account so they cannot see this information. If they got admin access, they'd be able to literally see and do whatever they want inside your file. Let me go ahead and log out so I can show you how you know that you do not have any other users currently set up and that no one's logged in. I'm going to go ahead and click File. And you'll see the option that says Close Company. If you were logged in, it would say Close Company / log off. You should always, at the end of the day, go ahead and log out of your company file, and in the morning go ahead and log in. And every user would do the same thing. So I'm going to click Close Company. Right now, I can just double click on my company file, click Open, and notice it's not going to ask me for a username and password. Now let me go ahead and show you how to work with the users, and remember that only the admin can add, edit, or delete users. That option is going to be under Company. If you come down, you'll see an option that says Set up users and passwords. Then you'll see Set up users. This is your user list. Here you would see all the users that have been set up and if they're logged in or not. Currently, admin is the only person here. Now, if you notice, it says they're logged on over here, but the reason why we didn't see the log off on the menu earlier is because we didn't actually set up a password for the admin. If you remember, when we went through the Easy Step interview, that was one of the questions. It went ahead and set up the user, but it did not set up a password. Let's go ahead and set up a new user, and we're going to say that this user will be coming in once a week to pay the bills. We're going to click on Add a User, and we'll put in the user's name. His name is John. And we're going to make up a password for the user. Now, remember that a good password is always anything that is 8 to 12 characters. You want a combination of letters, numbers, and special characters. Maybe you even want a phrase. Anything that will help you remember your password. For our demonstration, I'm just going to make the password, password, all in lowercase, and say next. The first thing it asks us is, Do you want John, the new user, to have access to all areas of QuickBooks, selected areas, or do you want to set John as your external accountant? If you select external accountant, they will not have access to sensitive customer data such as credit card numbers, social security numbers, or SIN numbers, anything like that. We're going to select selected areas of QuickBooks and say next. Now it's going to walk through each area of QuickBooks and ask you the same questions. Do you want to give them no access, full, or selective access? The first one is sales and accounts receivable. We're going to say no access to that. And for accounts payable, we'll give John full access because this is what we've hired John to do. And click next. Now, I'm not going to give John any more access, but notice the different areas that it asks about. Checking and credit cards, inventory, time tracking, payroll, sales tax, sensitive accounting entries. Those are things like if you've set up to do online banking journal entries in QuickBooks, transfer money back and forth between checking and savings. Those are things that John will not have the ability to do. I'll click next. And also, he won't have the ability to look at the reports that go with those sensitive financial activities. I'm going to hit next again. This one asks about changing or deleting transactions. I'm going to leave this where it defaults to yes up here, because in theory, if John enters a bill in error and catches himself, he should have the ability to correct his mistakes. This one below here is asking if you've actually closed the books, would you like John to be able to change or delete transactions? The answer would be no to that. When I click next, we get a summary of how we answered each of the questions here in this little interview. I'll go ahead and click finish. And now you'll see that John is on the list. Now, John is still not logged in. The admin is. Let me show you what happens if John logs in. Going to hit close. Going to close this. I'm going to hit File on the menu, hit Close Company / Log Off. See, there it is. Now it says Log Off. We're going to select No to Backups. When John comes into work the next day, he's going to open the company file. And he'll see the screen here where it asks for a username and password. QuickBooks will always have the username of the last person that was logged in. You're just going to have to drag across whatever is in here for username and put John as a username. I'm going to hit Tab, and the password is password. And I'm going to click OK. Now, after John logs in, he may get prompted to change his password for security reasons. Since it requires a new password containing at least 7 characters, including 1 number and 1 uppercase letter, you may have to change this password. But I'm just going to unselect these windows. And now you'll see that John is in QuickBooks. First thing you might notice is your icon bar is now on the left-hand side. And there may be other options that are different compared to what we set up on the admin account. This is because when we set up preferences, they're per user, not per company file entirely. So if we go into company now and check who is logged in, we can see that John is now logged in. Now remember that we gave John access to actually enter bills only. So if he wants to enter a bill, he should be able to click here and he can enter the bill. But what he won't be able to do is to get into other areas of QuickBooks. Let's say, for example, he wants to click on Create Invoices. So if he clicked here and selected Create Invoices, you'll notice that a pop-up appears telling John that he needs sales and accounts receivable permission to perform this action, and that he needs to ask the administrator to give him permission. That's how this whole control works. I'm going to go ahead, log off for John, and log in back as admin. So we're going to put the username as admin. And for the password, because we never set one up for admin, we can leave this blank and hit OK. Now, remember that if a new employee comes to work, you want to make sure you set up their own individual username and password. So that's all you have to know about working with users. What I'd like to do now is start on the most important part of QuickBooks as far as the setup goes, and that's going to be the chart of accounts. Let's go ahead and go over to the next section, and we'll look at part 1, working with the chart of accounts. In this section, we're going to walk through the chart of accounts. There are 2 parts to this particular section, so make sure you watch both parts. It's very important. The most important thing about QuickBooks is the chart of accounts. If your accounting is not set up correctly, then you're not going to get reports that are accurate, and you're going to wonder why. I want to go through each of these with you to talk a little bit about the ones that you have to set up and make sure they're set up correctly so that you have a good start when you actually start working with your QuickBooks file. If you recall, when we went through the home screen in Module 2, I told you that you can access the chart of accounts right over here. So let's click that. Now, if you don't know what the chart of accounts is, basically every single thing in QuickBooks relates back to something on this list. Every time you spend money, you're going to have to tell QuickBooks what the money was for. Did you buy a meal for someone for the business? Did you buy some office supplies? Maybe you had to get a license or a permit. When you received money, was it from a sale for the business? Maybe it was something being reimbursed to you. Every single thing in QuickBooks will relate back to this, so it's so important that you have it set up correctly. Let's review this list, and we're going to look at the different types that you see in this column over here. And I'm going to show you the ones that you need to set up, and how to set up some of these correctly so you don't have problems down the road. The first type I'd like to talk to you about are what they call bank accounts. A bank account would be a checking account, a savings account, a money market account, any kind of banking type of account that you might have. Right now, if you wanted to actually make a deposit, you have no bank account to put the money into. Let's go ahead and set one up so you'll see how this works. I'm going to right-click on this screen and choose the New option from the list. Alternatively, I can go down here and click New as well. New is obviously for a new account we're creating. If we just go back to cancel for a sec, there's a couple other options. I can also edit an account, delete an account, or make an account inactive from down here. So let's go back to creating a new account. So first thing it asks is, what kind of account is this? In this case, we want to create a bank account. And I just mentioned that bank accounts were one of those types of accounts right over here. Either petty cash, checking, savings, or money market. You may also have things like Bitcoin or Square. Those are also worth setting up as bank accounts because they're just online bank accounts. I'm now going to hit continue. In case you picked the wrong type of account on the previous screen, you'll see you get another chance to pick up the correct type up here just by clicking down the list and choosing the account you need. Here's where you can name your account. I'm just going to call it checking, but you could call it the name of your bank. If you've got 2 accounts at the same bank, you may call one checking, one payroll account, or one savings. It really doesn't matter, but every bank account gets set up separately. Also, if you want to assign a unique account number to this account, and if you recall from the previous section, we enabled the Use Account Numbers feature in our company preferences, you would enter it over here on top. This is not a sub-account of another. We'll talk about sub-accounts a bit later. I could put in a description of this account. That's totally optional. I also don't need to put in the bank account number for any reason. Now over here, you see it's asking me for the tax line mapping number. If you recall from Module 2, we indicated that Adams Fittings and Supply was a corporation. Therefore, if we eventually want to export our balance sheet and income statement to tax software in order to prepare the T2 corporate tax return, we would need to assign the tax line item that this account pertains to. The numbers it lists here correspond to the GIFI or GIFI index prescribed by the Canada Revenue Agency. Since this is a very useful feature in QuickBooks, I'm going to assign it to line 1000, cash and deposits. I also need to put in an opening balance over here. If you do not put in an opening balance, it will assume it's 0. Now, let's talk about where you get this number from. You first need to decide on your start date. Are you starting at the beginning of your fiscal year, or are you starting with the last bank statement that you have? Either way, you're going to get out that bank statement, and its beginning number is the number you're going to plug in here. I'm going to go ahead and plug in the ending balance. Let's say it's $2,569.36. And I'm going to go ahead and plug in an ending date. And since I'm starting at the beginning of my fiscal year, I'm going to go all the way back to January 1st. You could put in December 31st, 2018 in this example, which would technically be the statement end date, but January 1st would have the same beginning number. I'm going to go ahead and click OK. And now you can see the opening balance right over here. Now, if you didn't know what the ending balance was or you couldn't find your statement, you also have the option to just plug in a penny and go back and change it later, or just leave it blank. Kind of a neat little feature down here is that QuickBooks will remind you when you get down to a certain check number that you plug in over here to order checks. And that will be if you order checks from Intuit or anywhere else like your bank. What will happen is it will pop up to say time to order checks, and then you just go ahead and order them wherever you'd like to. Now often in QuickBooks Windows you'll see 3 options like this: save and close, save and new, and cancel. Save and close means it will save the screen that I'm on and then close it, and I'll see the screen behind it. Save and new means it will save the screen I'm on and take me to a new blank one just like this. I'm going to hit save and close. And if your transaction is over 90 days old, which in this case we're putting as January 1st being our opening balance, it will pop up and just warn you. If this becomes a real pain, you can just go into the preferences and turn it off, and it shows you right here where to do that, this little dialog over here. I'm going to go ahead and say yes. We're not going to set up bank feeds at this point. And now if we see the top line, we have the checking account with the type bank and the balance we put in of $2,569.36. One thing you'll notice that's missing is I don't have an account number. To keep this sequence going, I'll put the account number as 10,000 because it's not being used by any other account right now. So let's go to Edit Account, and I'm going to type in 10,000. Hit Save and Close, and now my account number appears. If I wanted to open the register to my bank account to see all the transactions going through it, all I need to do is double click on the checking line and it will pop up. And you can see my opening balance entry here that I just plugged in. There's one other important thing worth noting about entering opening balances in QuickBooks. Whatever opening balance you enter for your asset or liability account, the corresponding account it will post to is the default account called Opening Balance Equity, shown over here. In case you ever want to pull up a transaction journal to confirm which accounts are being debited and credited, All you need to do is click Edit Transaction, then hit Journal. And if we expand this a bit here, just by dragging and holding and dragging, we can see that the checking account is being debited and opening balance equity is being credited. I'm going to close this window by pressing Escape. I'm going to click No to this. I'm going to close this as well. And I'm going to escape out of here. I also want to mention that if you are unsure about if it's okay to post opening balances to this default opening balance equity account, which by the way is also down here. And what I mean by this is if you have another external accountant posting adjusting entries for you, I would reach out to them first before putting in an opening balance, as you do not want to create problems for others also working on this file. Now let's create a savings account. I'm going to do the exact same thing. I'm going to right click, going to click New, going to choose a bank account, going to hit Continue, and this time I'm going to call it Savings. My account number, because I already used 10,000 for the other account, I'm going to call it 10,001. And I'm going to say my opening balance is $5,000. I will put in my close date. In this case, it will be January 1st. You can also put December 31st as well in this situation. Going to click OK. I'll also set my tax line mapping number to also be 1000. Going to click Save and Close. It will say my transactions over 90 days, and I'm going to select Yes to this. Going to select No to bank feeds. And now you can see I have both a checking account and a savings account with balances. The next type of accounts I'd like to mention to you are your asset accounts. You can see right now there are 3 accounts set up as far as assets are concerned. We have your accounts receivable, furniture and equipment, and accumulated depreciation related to the depreciation on this equipment. So just to refresh your accounting knowledge of what an asset is, an asset makes your company more valuable. You're going to have things like office furniture, vehicles, machinery, and equipment. You might also have land and buildings. Those type of things are what we call fixed assets because you plan to keep those long term. A liquid asset is something that you plan to actually sell and get rid of. One great example being inventory. My company might be worth a lot more because I have all this inventory in the back room, but my goal is to sell it and get that out the door. Typically, when you set up asset accounts, you're going to set up big buckets. That means you're not going to have one for each vehicle that you own. You're going to have one account for vehicles, for example. Or you'll notice in their case they have furniture and equipment, which would actually account for all the furniture in the building. This is where your accountant will be very helpful to you because you may not know which ones to set up. And he or she can help you come up with the value of the asset at a particular time that you set it up. The other thing to know is QuickBooks does not calculate and record depreciation automatically. You would actually want to set up an account like we have here for accumulated depreciation, but your external accountant should help you figure out what those numbers are. So you need to keep in mind what fixed assets you have that depreciate, which will likely be most fixed assets except things like land and goodwill, and at the end of the month, quarter, or year, you should be recording the depreciation, or if you rely on another accountant for this info, get the numbers from them on what to record. The next one you see here on the list is accounts payable. You do not have to set up the accounts payable account. QuickBooks does this automatically for you. Anytime we post a bill or pay a bill, this is the account that it goes to, and it cannot be changed to go to any other account. And the number you see over here, right now it's 0, but whatever value you have in there, that should represent the total of all the bills that you've entered in QuickBooks that you owe. Once they're paid, they will come out of this account and bring down this balance. Now, notice there's a similar account above called Accounts Receivable. Accounts Receivable is created as soon as you enter an invoice to get paid, or if you selected it from the pre-populated accounts in the Easy Step interview, which we did. The total you would see in that account would be the amount of all the invoices that have not been paid. So that would be what you owe as far as invoices, which would be represented by this ending balance. Let's go ahead and stop the video right here, and in part 2 that follows, we will continue talking about setting up the chart of accounts. In this section, we will be continuing with our walkthrough from the previous section regarding setting up the chart of accounts. If you did not watch a previous section, I recommend you do so before watching this one. Let's go over liabilities. For example, right now we have payroll liabilities, GST, QST, PST. These are all payables right now. As I'm sure you're aware, a liability is something you owe. You may have a car payment, you may have a mortgage on a building. It could also be something as simple like a line of credit that you may have. Each one of these should be set up separately so that you can track the balance you owe on each one. I want you to notice one quick thing before I show you how to set these up. You've got the opening balance equity account right here. And notice there's a positive number sitting in this account. That's because so far we've only set up a few bank accounts and those are positive numbers. When you have a loan that's a negative number, it's something you owe, and that's going to affect the opening balance equity. As I mentioned in the previous section, all opening balances we set up for our asset and liability accounts get posted to this account here. So we'll look at that again once we get our loan set up. In accounting, you're going to hear two different terms for liabilities. These are short-term liabilities and long-term liabilities. QuickBooks calls them other current liabilities and long-term liabilities, respectively. So all these ones here stated other current liability are short-term liabilities. Your other current or short-term liabilities are things you're going to pay off in the year, whereas the long-term liability would be anything to be paid off in more than a year, like a 3-year car loan or 5-year mortgage, those types of things. I'm going to go ahead and set up an automobile payment just to show you how it works. I'm going to right-click and choose the new option. And for the type, notice they have loan as an option. I want you to take note that if you choose this option, you are assuming it to be a short-term liability. If you want it to be a long-term liability, you have to come down here under Other Account Types and specify that it is a long-term liability. Since this loan will be a long-term liability, I'm going to specify that, and I'm going to click Continue. And again, if I pick the wrong account type, I could select it from down here and change it accordingly. Let's go ahead and name this account. I'm going to call it Auto Loan 2018 BMW. Remember that if you have multiple auto loans, then you're going to want to make sure that you do not put them into one account. Instead, you should put them into their own separate liability accounts and name them something distinctive like 2018 BMW, as I did over here. This would not be a sub-account of anything else, and description and account number are optional. However, for consistency, I will assign this an account number. So I'll use number 26,000. My tax line mapping number will be 3140, also known as long-term debt. You will need an opening balance. You're going to get this from your actual statement of the month you're starting your company file. If you're starting in January, for example, you want to find out how much you owed on the car as of the January start date. We'll say we had $14,000 as of the start date of our company file, which is January 1st, 2019. We're going to hit OK, along with save and close, and we're going to accept the transaction being over 90 days old. And now you'll notice that in our chart of accounts, we have the account called Auto Loan 2018 BMW with a balance of $14,000, and it's classified as a long-term liability. If we have a look now at the opening balance equity line, we now see that this account has a negative number. This is because our positive number is less than our negative, what we owe. Each time you make a payment to that particular automobile, you would need to put it to this account, the auto loan. What I often see is people who will make an expense account down here, for example, and what they'll do is that they'll call it automobile payment or auto loan, but you have no idea of knowing where your current loan balance is. Putting it as an expense will only show the total payments made during the particular year. All of your liabilities should show up this way, and that way you can see what you owe on that particular vehicle. Now you might notice something that didn't happen. It didn't ask you what were the terms and months for the loan or what the interest rate is. That's because there is a whole different feature in QuickBooks called the Loan Manager that we'll talk about in a later module where we can set that all up. The only thing we've done so far is make a new liability account to allow you to put the loan payments towards and track your loan balance. The next thing you're going to notice as far as liabilities are concerned is that there are no credit card accounts. As most businesses have at least 1 or 2 credit card accounts used for the business, I want to show you how to set up a credit card account. I'm going to right click, select New, and you'll notice that credit card is an option on this list. I'm going to go ahead and click Continue, and now we can set up our credit card information. I'll use $27,000 being the account number, and I'm going to call this one Visa. Again, you can call it anything you'd like. One thing I didn't mention before about account numbers is you cannot have duplicate account numbers in QuickBooks. For example, if I wanted to use $26,000 again and hit save and close, it will warn me that this account is already in use. And just to demonstrate that, if I put that in, hit save and close, see, it gives me this warning. So I have to use 27,000 instead. My tax line mapping number would be 2707, also known as credit card loans. You also want to set your opening balance, which would be the ending balance that exists on your statement for the month at the beginning of your fiscal year. For this demonstration, we will assume that we're starting the year with a $0 balance, so I will leave this blank. I'm going to hit save and close along with closing the bank feed option. So let's do that, and I'm going to select no to that. And here is your Visa credit card account showing up in your chart of accounts. Before we move on to other accounts, I want to explain why any credit cards should be set up this way. What I often see is people will receive their credit card statements in the mail, and what they'll do is that they would put them in as a bill. So they would go to Enter Bills, put in the vendor name being Visa, or whichever credit card you use, and fill in all the accounts down here. If you put this in as a bill, then you're going to have to tell QuickBooks the total charges for the month and how much of the charges were for gas, how much were for meals, supplies, etc. And your total will have to match the exact total of the bill. You're fine at this point, but what if you only make a partial payment towards your credit card? Then QuickBooks will think that you will owe that partial amount that was left over plus whatever is charged on the next month's statement. And there'll be no way to break those expenses down at the bottom and have them match equally. It's a big snowball that just never works, and it's not the correct way to do things. The correct way is to set up your account like we did over here as a credit card account. So every time that there is a charge for this particular account, then what's going to happen is, let's say if I go back to the home screen, you're going to notice on the bottom right, there's an option that says enter credit card charges. That's where you put each charge. So if you went to Staples and you purchased office supplies and you clicked enter credit card charges, you could select your credit card being Visa. You would fill in your vendor information along with the account appropriate for whatever you are buying. Doing it this way ensures that all the charges get put to the correct accounts. And by the way, if you don't have at least one credit card set up, then you won't even be able to run this whole option known as enter credit card charges. So just to show you, if I wanted to go back in, you would click it, and to get out, I would hit escape. Let's go back to our chart of accounts. So anytime you want to make a payment to your credit card, you would also put it towards the account we created, in this case, Visa. The next thing I want to discuss are your equity accounts. These can be found down here. This would normally consist of either 5 or 6 different accounts. First one being your opening balance equity account, which we already covered. Next, you have your capital stock account. This should contain the initial payment for company shares when the business was first incorporated. Usually it's a nominal amount, like $1 or $100. Under here you have retained earnings, which is the account that QuickBooks will accumulate earnings from all previous years automatically. Then you have the dividends paid account. This is the account you post to in order to record a dividend paid to the shareholders. You will also see that QuickBooks assigns the accounts owner's draw and shareholder distributions to equity. I'm not sure why QuickBooks assigns these to equity. We really only need one of these accounts to track shareholder activity. Also, these are not equity accounts, they are actually liability accounts. So what I will do, I will delete these two accounts by right-clicking and hit delete account. I will also do the same for this account. And what I will do now is replace it with a new long-term liability account called shareholder loan. So let's do that. So my account number, I'll use 27,000. And the account name will be shareholder loan. For other companies you are working on, this may also be called the due to shareholder account. And I'm going to hit save and close. And we see this account is actually already in use. So what we'll do, we'll change it. I'm going to make it 28,000. And there we go. Now we have our shareholder loan account. You'll also see income accounts over here. We have two right now. Sales and shipping and delivery income. So an income account is just when you make a sale for the business. You need some way for QuickBooks to track those sales so that you know how much your sales were for the year. You can have one of these or you can have as many as you need. Sometimes if you have multiple sources of revenue, like if you provide product sales and installation services, you may want to break these up separately. Since Adams Fittings and Supply only sells industrial pipes, we will leave these two accounts as is. We will also leave the shipping and delivery income account, since on occasion we may actually charge for delivery fees for our pipes and fittings. Underneath income, you have your cost of goods sold accounts indicated here. If you have to purchase a particular product or materials to make a product to sell in your business, that's a cost of goods sold account. The next type I want to talk to you about are your expense accounts. As you'll see down here, there's plenty of them. So all of these here are expense accounts indicated by the type expense. And while there are obviously quite a few here, you can also end up adding a lot of these on your own that aren't on the list already. For example, you notice by going down this list that I have automobile expense, bank service charges, insurance, you've got office supplies. However, you don't have office expenses. You also don't have general liability insurance. So these might be some things you would add. I now want to talk to you about using sub-accounts. So basically, sub-accounts are accounts that relate to your main account but provide you with a greater level of detail. For example, I have an automobile expense created up here, but I may want to separately track my fuel, repairs and maintenance, car insurance, parking, and toll charges. So if I wanted to create a fuel account under auto expenses, I'm going to right click, select new, and what's important is that the sub-account has to be the same type as the main account. So I'm going to choose expense, to hit continue. The account number will be 60205. I'm going to call it the account name fuel. And I need to specify that it is a sub-account of automobile expense. Now, one new thing you'll notice on this screen is an option here for sales tax code. This only appears for revenue and expense accounts. If you put a code in here, what will happen is that anytime you post a bill, check, or credit card transaction using this account, it will automatically allow you to calculate sales tax on that expense. This is something we will see in the upcoming modules. Since I would expect fuel to have HST in it, especially if we're buying fuel in Ontario, I will select the sales tax code as HST Ontario. I'm going to leave my tax line mapping code unassigned. However, you can allocate this later. And I'm now going to hit save and close. And now you'll see that the fuel account is indented underneath the main account automobile expense. And you can add as many of these sub-accounts as you like. The last one I want to point out on this list of expenses is the Ask My Accountant account. If you don't know where to put something, you can just stick it under this account, and later you can go figure out where to move it to. However, as I often see, people like to throw a whole bunch of things they don't know what to allocate to this account. Initially, this is fine, but you should make sure that whatever goes here should be eventually determined, as it looks quite unprofessional to leave a whole bunch of items in here. This concludes our overview of how to use the chart of accounts. In this module, I will walk you through working with customers and jobs. Along with adding customers to your QuickBooks file, there are several transactions that occur with your customers that you want to make sure you pick up when doing the bookkeeping, such as creating estimates, invoices, receiving payments, making bank deposits, along with receiving overpayments and down payments. This module will walk you through how to handle each of these in detail. Let's first explore where we can find the information about our customers and jobs in QuickBooks. Now for this section only, we will be slightly deviating from what we've been doing in the other sections. Instead of showing you the Atoms, Fittings, and Supply instruction file that we've been working on up to now, what you will see on this screen is another sample file that has a whole bunch of customer information already populated. As you know, with the instruction file we've been doing, we haven't entered any customers in yet, so it's hard for me to show the Customer Center interface. However, don't worry about this, as there will be several Let Me Try sessions at the end of this module in which you can put what you've learned to the test in the Atoms, Fittings, and Supply instruction file. So as you'll see at the top, this sample company is called Sample Manufacturing Bike Co., which actually is a sample company that QuickBooks provides for learning purposes. For any file that you are working on, all of your customer information can be found in the section that QuickBooks calls the Customer Center. You can access the Customer Center from your home screen by clicking Customers right here in the center. Remember, you could also go to the same place by clicking Customers from the top menu and going to Customer Center, or by going to Customers on your blue icon bar, which in our instruction file, this bar is actually on top. So let's hit Customers. So now we're in our Customer Center. On the left-hand side, QuickBooks will show us a list of all our customers sorted alphabetically by last name. And these columns may be too narrow to view, so what you can do is just have to highlight over the separation between the columns and then just drag over. And I can also drag this over as well. Going to collapse this so I can see things a bit better. So as I mentioned, our customers are listed alphabetically here. This list also shows us the jobs applicable to each customer indented under their name. Like if we go to Roadrunners on top over here, these are the jobs that pertain to Roadrunners, all these sub-names under the customer name. This list also shows us the currency applicable for the customer. So Roadrunners is in Canadian dollars. On the right column over here, and just so it's a bit more clear, I'm just going to move these columns around a bit. So currency is shown here. This shows us our current accounts receivable balance. Just going to drag this out a little bit more. And you'll also see there is a column called Attach. So the way attachments work in QuickBooks is that you would actually double click here, for example, and you would be presented with a screen which prompts you to attach a file, whether it be from your computer, a scanner, or by simply dragging your file from your computer and dropping it into this area down here. In this example, you may want to attach any documents you'd like pertaining to that certain customer. Whichever way you get the documentation into QuickBooks, when you click Done, I'm just going to drag this screen out a bit so I can show you the Done button. So whichever way you get your source documents into QuickBooks, when you click Done down here, the document will remain attached here and can be accessed in the future by double-clicking on this column, which would have the little paperclip icon. Notice on top that I'm only looking at active customers right now. If I pull this list down, I can also look at the full customer list by selecting All Customers. And if you scroll down, you might come across a situation where you have an X beside some of these customer names. If you do see an X beside a customer name, that means that customer is inactive. What that means is that when you're working in QuickBooks and you pull down a list of customers, that particular customer will not show up on the list because they are declared inactive. If you want to declare a customer as inactive, all you need to do is scroll down to their name, and where the X cursor appears, like such, click it to the left of their name. So in this example, Special Orders has been declared inactive. If you ever wanted to reactivate the customer, all you need to do is highlight your cursor over the X and click it again. Now this customer is active again. Let's go under a customer that has an active balance. So if I were to click on Team Green Cycling, what you'll first see on the right side up here is a highlight of the customer's information, or job information, including the name, address, and contact info. There's also some quick reports you can run related to that particular customer, which you can access right over here where it says Quick Report. Keep in mind that this is just a link, and here is another place where you can attach the file for a particular customer. It's the exact same thing as I showed you a moment ago as far as double-clicking over on the left over here. If I wanted to edit this customer's information, all I would do is just click the little pencil icon on the top right over here. I would make any changes I need and then click OK. On this screen, you'll also notice there are several tabs. The first one is Transactions. These would be any transactions that occurred for a particular customer or job that you clicked on. If you wanted to go to one of those particular transactions, you just double click on it like such, and it will take you right to that transaction. This is a great way if you wanted to search for something instead of having to search all through QuickBooks and using the Find feature. I'm going to hit escape. So all you would need to do is go to this window, find your customer, and see what transactions pertain to that customer. Currently, I'm looking at all the transactions. Notice that I can filter this list by just looking for invoices as such, or just credit memos as such. I can also come over here and filter by date if I'd like. At the bottom of this list, you'll notice an option that says Manage Transactions. Here, I could go ahead and create any of these transactions for my particular customer. But chances are you're not going to be on this screen when you actually want to create one of these transactions, such as creating an invoice, an estimate, or a sales order. Normally, you would access these by going to the home screen. Also notice I can run some reports down here if I want to. This would let me view this list in a report format. For example, if I wanted to look at all my transactions, I would click Run Reports, and it would generate a report showing me the same data. The next tab over here is my Contacts tab. These would be any contacts that I have dealings with associated with my customer. It could be the actual customer himself here, being David. It could be also the person that works in the front office, or the partner. If you wanted to change this list, all you would have to do is come down to the Managed Contacts button and click either Edit Selected Contact or Add New if you wanted to create a new contact for this customer. When you add a new contact, it's going to ask you information like the job title over here, person's first name, their last name, and you'll see there are some fields where you can input their phone number, fax number, and email. And also, are they a primary contact, a secondary contact, or an additional contact? Once you fill in this information, you would hit Save and Close, and that data would be stored along with appearing under here. Now, if I wanted to open this particular contact, I'd double click on it, and in here I can edit the contact information if I want to, or just look at the information if needed. So I'm going to close this. Let's maximize this here. The next tab over here are your to-dos. To-dos are things you have to take care of related to this particular customer. For example, you might have to make a phone call, you may need to set up a meeting, you may need to create an email and send it out. All of your to-do tasks get logged in here. And you can also see the status of your to-dos. Are they still active or are they inactive? And you can also look at these by date if you want to. Let's set up a to-do so you can see how this works. I'm going to come down to the bottom where it says Manage To-Dos, and I'm going to select Create New. Here's where I specify what type of to-do this happens to be. So I could select either a call, fax, email, etc. And I can also set the priority level. Is it a high priority, medium priority, or low priority? Now by default, it will assume that this to-do is for the customer that we have currently selected, but you could also change that to a different customer by clicking this list down here, or by even changing it to a vendor, lead, or employee. You would also need to select the due date for your to-do, which you would input in this area. You can also select the specific time that that due date is due by clicking this icon. Then I would put in the details of this to-do. For example, let's say on Monday, I have to call David. So I'll put my time as 12 p.m. noon the next day, and I'll put in my details, call David. I'm going to go ahead and click OK. And now you can see that to-do shows up in this list. Now, once I've completed that to-do task, I would go ahead and double click over here where it says done. Then on the pop-up, I would change the status down here to done. Hit OK, and it will appear like this with the check mark over here indicating the task is done. The next tab over here are your notes. Your notes will be any notes you want to keep related to this particular customer. all you would need to do is come to the bottom where it says Manage Notes and click Add New. You can put anything you want in here in the Notes section. There is a date and timestamp option, which you can click on, and doing so, it would just add the date and time to whatever note you want to make. Where you would actually input your note would be in this area. You also have the option to turn your note into a to-do, as we just saw, by clicking over here. You even have the option to print your note. So if I clicked OK, any notes that I set up would appear in here. Now the last tab is your sent email list. One of the features you have in QuickBooks is the ability to email any form to your customer. A form might be an invoice or a statement, for example. Once you actually send out that statement or invoice, it will be tracked right here so that you can see a list of these anytime you wanted to. Now that we are familiar with the Customer Center, let's proceed to the next section where I will demonstrate how to set up new customers and new jobs. In the previous section, I did a walkthrough of the Customer Center. What I'll be doing in this section is actually setting up a customer and a job for that customer, so you can see how this whole process works. As you saw in the previous section, I deviated away from our Adams Fittings and Supply company file that we've been working on because I wanted to show you the Customer Center interface containing a complete list of customers. For this section, however, you will need to open the Adams Fittings and Supply instruction file and continue using this file going forward. So as you'll see at the top, we now have the Adams Fittings and Supply file open. And I'm going to go into the Customer Center by going under Customers and hitting Customer Center. Unlike the previous sample file I showed you in the previous section, the list of customers is blank, simply because we haven't entered in any customers yet. So let's do that. The way you're going to enter a new customer in QuickBooks is to come up to this option here where it says New Customer and Job. If you click the arrow that points down here, you can choose New Customer from the drop-down list. The first thing you want to do is enter in a new customer name. And if you recall from the previous section, our customers are displayed as last name, comma, first name. So if my customer's name is Joan Smith, I'm going to type in Smith Joan. The next thing you'll see here is the opening balance. If any of your customers owe you money at the start of the fiscal year, this is where you'd want to enter in this information. For our demonstration, Joan owes us $2,260 as of January 1st, 2019. Therefore, I will type in this amount in here and put my as of date as January 1st, 2019. What you'll often find in the QuickBooks files you work in, especially if all the bookkeeping was done in the same QuickBooks file all along, is that you don't need to input this opening balance data. The receivable balance is coming from all of the invoices and payments that have been recorded in QuickBooks to date. The example I just showed of entering the opening balance is if the previous accounting was never done in QuickBooks for this company. Below this, you'll see a whole bunch of fields you can fill in on the Address Info tab. You can put in things like company name, the customer name, job title, phone, fax. I'm going to go ahead and plug in a company name for Joan. We're going to say it's Smith Enterprises. And then I'm going to put in Miss Joan Smith. Now a common question at this point is if I had her name already up here, why do I need to put it in here? The reason is because in a later module, we're going to talk about doing mail merges with Microsoft Word. These here are the fields that we'll pull her name from. it will not pull from this field on top. This name is only to go in the customer list, so it's important that you fill in this information as much as possible. You can also change any of these fields you see, like main phone. If you wanted the label to be different, you can do that just by clicking on the drop-down. To enter the address info, you would click on the pencil at the bottom and fill in the fields. Let me fill in some of these fields. So Joan's business is located in Burlington, in the province of Ontario. Her postal code is L7R3X1. The country and note fields are not necessary. And to put in my street number and street name, I would put it underneath the address. So Joan's business is on 953 Hazel Street. And I'm going to hit OK. And you'll notice that the information we typed has now been pre-populated below in here. Whatever is in this particular box is what will be pulled in when you create any correspondence, including invoices, for Joan. In case it's not being presented in the way you want it, you can just go down here and set it up the way you'd like by just typing in the box. For example, I may want my invoices to say, "Attention, Joan Smith," as such. For the Ship To section on the right, you really don't need this unless you're in a business where you have invoices that go to one address and the customer asks you to ship the items to another address. If that's the case, you can copy this over and then change this information, or leave it if you need to. So I'm going to copy it over and hit OK. Let's go on to the next tab, which are the payment settings. If you have account numbers for your customers, you can plug in that information in here. You can also specify the payment terms. For Joan, we give her net 30-day terms. You can also specify the delivery method. Does this customer like things emailed, mailed, or neither? Do they also have a preferred payment method? Do they usually pay with cash, or do they usually use their Visa card? You can also store the customer's credit card information right here. Now, you would use this for customers who actually purchase from you on a regular basis, so you don't have to keep asking them for that information again. Even though this is a neat feature, I personally would never use this because you're liable if someone gets into your computer and gets this information regarding your customers. If you need to keep this information, just keep it somewhere else and not here in QuickBooks. You can also set a credit limit for your customers. So whatever value you enter in here, if your customer purchases something on account that is over this value, QuickBooks will warn you via a pop-up message saying that their credit limit has been exceeded. You can also set price levels for your customers. We will go over using price levels in Module 4, but basically, price levels are customized prices for your customers based on your standard prices that you set on the items you sell. For example, we can use this to make sure that Joan gets a 10% discount off the standard price when she buys certain items from us. The next tab is where you can adjust your sales tax settings for specific customers. Under Tax Code, this is the sales tax code you would activate automatically anytime an invoice is created for Joan. This is useful if we need to charge a different sales tax rate compared to the rate we normally charge. For example, depending on Joan's location of business and our delivery terms, we may charge Joan only 5% GST instead of 13% HST that we would charge our other customers in Ontario. If this were the case, we would select the tax code GST only. I will discuss setting up different tax codes more in a later module. If it's a foreign customer, you can indicate their country here, along with their business number for internal records. Since Joan is located in Ontario, we will select the tax code H, or HST only. If we go under the Additional Info tab, there's a few things worth noting. You can specify the customer type that this falls under for reporting purposes. In this case, QuickBooks already has a sample of different customer types from this drop-down over here. And you can create new ones if you needed to. For example, you may want to have customer types by province or region. You also have a rep field here. If you have sales reps that work in your organization, you can create a list of your sales reps, and that way you'd know which rep works with which customers. This is something you would definitely want to set up if you need to track revenue by sales rep to calculate commissions owed to your reps. And to the right you have a section for custom fields. You can create whichever fields you might need in this section. The way to do this is by clicking Define Fields and then typing the name of the field you want to create. So, for example, let's type in Contract ID and then check off if you want to see that field when you're working with customers, vendors, and or employees, so that you don't have to set it up 3 different times. I'm just going to select that I want to see it for customers only. I'm going to click OK, going to click OK to this too, and voila. Now I have a field to input a customer ID. The last tab here is the job info. Since we'll be creating jobs separately, I'm not going to be filling this in under Joan's profile. I'm now going to click OK. This is popping up because I selected an opening balance that is over 90 days in the past. So I will select yes. And now you'll immediately see Joan's info populated on the Customer Center screen. Please note that if you had several customers in here, you sort them in alphabetical order by clicking the name field on top. And this can be dragged out, as shown earlier. Now let me show you how to set up a job for Joan Smith. Since our business is selling pipes and fittings, the use of jobs may not be as relevant, but you may be dealing with a business that has different projects going on, especially in the construction industry. So the way to set up a job for Joan is to click on your customer name, go to the New Customer and Job tab on top, and this time choose Add Job. I'm going to put in my job name, which we'll call Project ABC. And you'll notice that all the info we previously populated is already in here. So unless something happens to be different, I really don't have to change anything. The only thing I might choose to do is to put the customer information about the job under the Job Info tab. In here, I can put in a description for my job over here, different types of jobs in the list, or maybe the job status. Is it pending, awarded, in progress, closed, or not awarded at all? I can also specify a start date and end date for the job over here. I'm going to click OK. I'm going to drag this out a bit so you can see it. And now you'll see a job called Project ABC underneath my customer, Joan Smith. And that's how you set up customers and jobs. In the next section, we'll be discussing how to create estimates. But while doing this, I will also show you how to add a customer and job on the fly so that you don't always have to come back into this customer center. In this section, we will go over creating estimates for your customers in QuickBooks. This instruction is divided into 2 parts, parts 1 and 2, so please make sure you go over both parts. Let's start with part 1. On the home screen, let's look under the Customers section, and you'll see an option called Estimates. An estimate is like a quote for a job. It is not an invoice, and it will not affect your revenue and accounts receivable balances. So for example, if a contractor came to the order office and wanted to buy 10 large industrial pipes, he or she may want to get a quote or an estimate to see how much it would cost them. But just because you provide a quote does not mean it will translate into a sale. A contractor may decide to do business elsewhere. If you don't do estimates in your company, then start with Create Invoices right here once you're ready to invoice your customer. You may not even see estimates on the screen here, and that would be because if you told QuickBooks in the Easy Step interview when you set up the company that you don't create estimates, it wouldn't even be over here. I'm going to click on Estimates, and this is your estimate screen right over here. The first thing it asks you to do is to pick a customer and a job from the list. You can either start typing the last few characters of the person's name, or you can drop the list down like this and choose your customer and your job as such. One important note if you are using jobs, make sure when you are selecting from the drop-down that you click on the job name and not the customer name, like here. If you don't, what will happen is that if you happen to run a report on your estimates, the description of the job it pertains to will not appear, which will make your reports confusing. Of course, if you are creating an estimate for a customer and have no jobs assigned to them, then this isn't something you need to worry about and you can just select the customer name. So I'm going to select Project ABC under Joan Smith. And notice that if there was any summary information or any previous transactions to see, they would be listed over here on this area on the right. If you don't want to see this area over here, you can just click the right arrow called Hide History on top. So let's move that out of the way. Now let's say Joan tells us that she wants an estimate for another project she's working on instead of Project ABC. Let's say it's Project XYZ. How can we create a new project on the fly without having to set it up in the Customer Center? The way you can do this is to first choose the customer, as such, and put a colon at the end of the name. Then you're going to type in the name of the job, Project XYZ. And if you notice, you're going to type it exactly like you see here, customer, colon, and then job. When you're finished, you have to leave this field, hit the Tab key on your keyboard, and it will say Project XYZ is not on the list. Would you like to set it up? Here I get an option to do a quick add, which is what I want to do in this case, or if it was a new customer altogether, I could just set it up and get all that information up by clicking Setup. Now let me just say, if it's a new customer, you can't add both levels at the same time. You have to add a customer first and set it up, then you can go back in and add the job. I'm going to quick add in this case. And now if I look at the drop down, you can see I have Project ABC and Project XYZ on the list for Joan Smith. For this estimate, I will select Project XYZ. Now you'll notice that you have the option to select different templates to use for our estimate. Please note that a template is the format of the estimate or invoice that only the customer sees when you print out or email that form. It does not change your actual layout of the QuickBooks interface. You can see from the drop down here that I have several templates to choose from. In a later module, we're going to talk about customizing your templates or creating new ones because you may not like how this one is set up. But for now, we're just going to use the custom estimate template that you see here called Retail Estimate. This is the date of your transaction. It's going to pull the current date right now, but you can choose any date you like by either typing over this date or clicking the calendar icon and selecting a date. For this demonstration, I'll say our date is January 3rd, 2019. And I'm going to hit Tab. The next thing you'll notice is the estimate number over here. By default, the first estimate, invoice, or check entered will always begin with the number 1. You probably want to change that to some other number. That way the customer doesn't know that they're the very first customer. Whatever number you choose, the next one will be numbered sequentially, unless you decide to change it. I will put my estimate number as number 100. Here you're going to see the name and address that's pre-populated from when we set up the customer. If you decide that this happens to be the incorrect information, or you'd like to change it in this box, when you're finished with this entire estimate and you hit save and close at the bottom, it's going to ask you if you want to change it permanently in the customer's record. So that's an easy way of changing the information without having to go all the way back to the customer and set that up again. Now below you'll see there is a column called Item. This item would represent the actual item you are providing an estimate on. It could be an actual inventory item, or it could be a non-inventory or service item, like installation. We will be discussing items in more detail in a later module, but in order to demonstrate the use of estimates, we will need to create a new item. So let's click the first row, and under the drop-down, click Add New. We're going to select Inventory Part. The name of our item will be 15-inch by 13-foot AC pipe. We'll skip on selecting the manufacturer's part number and the unit of measure for now. The standard cost of our pipe is $2,000, and our sales price is $2,300. Both our sales and purchases are subject to HST as such, so the sales tax code is correct. I also need to select an income account. So I will assign this account to sales over here. For our cost of sales, QuickBooks has already decided that it will go to cost of goods sold, which is correct. For our description to appear on our sales transactions, which includes estimates, I will call it 15-inch by 13-foot AC pipe dash black. And I'm going to fix the typo up here. Lastly, I will say that there are 25 of these pipes on hand as of January 1st, 2019. And our reorder point is 3. I'm going to hit OK. Say yes to the transaction being more than 90 days in the past. It will ask me to verify my spelling, and this is fine, so I'm going to hit close. So now when I go back to my estimate and select 15-inch by 13-foot AC pipe, it populates a description, the cost, my sales price, along with a calculation of my markup over here. All this info came from what we just entered when we were setting up our inventory item. Even if these are pre-populated, you can actually type over the description, cost, and sales price and type in anything you want. I'm going to hit the Tab key, go over to Quantity, and let's say that Joan wants to get an estimate for 5 pipes. As soon as I hit Tab again, you'll notice that QuickBooks calculates both the total cost amount along with my total sales price for all 5 pipes. It has maintained my markup at 15% based on my sales price that I specified before. While my markup is stated in a percentage figure, I can also specify it in a dollar figure. If I wanted to override my markup percentage, let's say I only want to mark up my pipes by 10% for Joan, I would need to type over the 15% and replace it with 10%. I'm going to hit Tab. Going to hit OK on this. Make sure you put the percent sign there or it won't know it is a percentage. And notice how it changed the total sales price for me automatically. The last column you see here says tax, which represents the tax code or rate applicable to this sale. Since we established that we are in Ontario and Joan is in Ontario, HST is the correct sales tax to use, so I will keep H as is. And you'll notice at the bottom that it is calculating and adding the 13% HST to the total sales price. Now, of course, there will be more than just one inventory item that this company carries. If Joan wanted a quote for another item as well, once we're on this line, we would just hit Tab and would type in the next item below the same way as we did for the first one. Please note that the last line you see down here is not the last available line. If you need to get down to this line, QuickBooks will automatically make more lines available to you below this one, so you don't have to worry about running out of space. So at the bottom, you'll see the subtotal for our cost, the total markup, the sales tax, and the grand total. Let's go ahead and see what this would look like right now if I was going to actually send this out. The way you can preview your estimate is by clicking the drop-down arrow below Print and selecting Preview. Again, we'll ignore the spell checking warning here. Let me maximize this. And this is what it will look like if I preview it. Notice it's very plain. It does have your customer name over here, and it does have your customer address. It says it's an estimate. The customer does not see the item name that we assigned in QuickBooks, only the description. So when you're creating items, you can name those anything you want. And if we scroll below, they also don't see the markup. I'm going to hit Close on top. To record the estimate in QuickBooks, I need to remember to hit Save and Close. Click Yes. And click Close. And now you've seen how to create an estimate. In the next section, I'm going to discuss a few more important things about the Estimates window. Now that you've seen how to set up an estimate from the previous section, let's go ahead and talk about some of the things that you see on the estimate window that you're going to see on other windows as well. If you did not watch a previous section on creating estimates, I highly recommend you do so before watching this one. So let's go back into the estimate screen over here. While we are currently working with estimates, these tabs over here will be the same when you're running invoices. So this explanation applies to both. Most of what you're going to use on a regular basis will be under the first tab that says Main. And a lot of these options you're going to see when you get into other windows that are similar, like Invoices. The first thing you'll notice are these arrows that go left and right over here. These are going to allow you to search through the estimates by going left or right. You can actually search for any estimate you like, but remember that in QuickBooks, everything is in date order. So hitting the left arrow, like this, may not give you the previous estimate you entered, if that's what you're looking for. If you're searching and you can't find what you're looking for, use this Find option right here. That will allow you to put in some criteria, like the customer and job name, for example, maybe a date range, an estimate number, or an amount of money. Obviously, you'd have to know that information in order to type it in, but then you could hit Find right here, and it would search through the estimates for the one you're looking for. Let me click Cancel. The next option here says New. And by clicking this, it will save the estimate you're currently in and put you on a new blank estimate. It's the exact same thing as if you came to the bottom here and clicked on this button that says Save and New. The next thing you see is the Save button. You can save this as an estimate or as a PDF file, which is very handy if you plan to email this out to someone and you don't want them to make any changes to it. Here's where you'd delete the estimate if you wanted to. Notice you could also create a copy. Basically, if you had to create another one similar to this, the easiest thing to do would be to create a copy and then make a few changes that you need to make. The Memorize feature below is something that we will go over in another module. But the basic idea of it is that if you have transactions that happen on a regular basis, instead of typing them every single month, you can actually have QuickBooks memorize that specific transaction, and then you can quickly pull up that memorized transaction if you wanted to make a copy of it. I'll show you how memorized transactions work later on. You also have the ability to mark invoices and estimates as inactive. Marking these inactive means that they don't show up on reports, as if they're not there. However, it's not the same as deleting the transaction. If you wanted to activate them again, you can just click the button and they show up in reports again. Here's your print option. I showed you in the previous section what this would look like if you previewed it, but I also want you to notice that you can go ahead and use this to print your estimate right here or to create an envelope. This will do a mail merge with Microsoft Word, and the envelope will actually open up already addressed, ready to go to Miss Joan Smith. And here's your option to save it as a PDF as well. Here's your email option over here. You have the option to email this directly to your customer if you like. When you email this, you're going to have a chance to put a little memo on the cover sheet, and then you'll be able just to send this right over to your customer. Under this, you have the batch option. What this allows you to do is send out multiple estimates or invoices at the same time. You can check this box that says email later for each one that you do, and when you're ready to email them, you email the batch and it will send all of those over at once. You can also attach a file to this transaction. To demonstrate this, let me go to one of the estimates that we created. So let me click back. So if I click attach file, what you can do here is you may have a copy of a quote from one of your vendors that pertains to one of the items that you want to sell, and you may want to attach it here. The customer does not end up seeing these attachments. They are only available for your viewing and reference. You can also go ahead and invoice your customer from here, but chances are that you're not going to be on this window when you're ready to create an invoice, but you could if you wanted to. You also have the ability to create both a sales order and a purchase order for the items you are including in your estimate. But again, when you are offering an estimate, you will likely not be ready to perform these functions as soon as you're creating one. The next tab over here is your formatting tab. You already know how to preview this estimate, as I showed you earlier. For the 3 template options available here, we're going to talk more about these in the module where we go over customizing your forms. These allow you to customize the look of your estimate for customers. Here's your spell check. It's generally a good practice to run your spell check before sending your invoice or estimate to customers, as you want to look professional and not have misspelled words. If I click it now, it will show me it has found something that may be an error. However, this is okay, so I will click close. After this, I would click this if I wanted to insert a line. For example, let me click the first line and click insert line. QuickBooks would insert the line immediately above the line I have clicked on. And I can also delete the line by clicking the delete line feature as such. I can also copy the line that I have selected as well by clicking here and pasting it underneath as such. To make my estimate the way how it was before I made changes, I can just click revert down here. The third tab over is your send. These options in here have to do with mail merges with Microsoft Word. We'll discuss these in a later module. And then there's the reports tab. All of the reports you can run in here have to do with estimates. One of the ones I want you to pay particular attention to is this transaction history one. This is useful if you're on your invoice screen and you want to see what estimate the invoice originated from. If we clicked it, it would show us the estimate and we would be able to go into this further. Since we are creating an estimate from scratch instead of an invoice, there is no previous history of other transactions that it relates to. So that's why it's telling me that nothing exists for this transaction when I click transaction history. Your reports that you can quickly run from here are your estimates by job, item estimates versus accruals, and your item price list. By clicking any of these, QuickBooks would automatically generate a report showing all transactions with this information listed for you. Like I said, most of the options you'll use on a regular basis are under the main tab. Now, if you look at the bottom left, you'll notice there's a place for a customer message. QuickBooks has some pre-formatted ones already set up. If you like one of these, you can go ahead and just choose it. But you can also create your own by clicking Add New. Underneath that, you'll see a place for a memo, and you can say anything you want in this little memo field. Besides this, you can also select your customer tax code. We already selected this on top, but if, let's say, I wanted to change it from 13% HST to only 5% GST, I would click G. It would warn me that I'm changing the tax code. And then it would change the tax code on top, along with a revised tax calculation below. Your options below are to save and close, which means it's going to save this estimate and close it, and you'll be on whatever window was behind this. You could save this and create a new one, or revert. As I showed earlier, revert basically means to clear everything out back to when you last saved it. I'm going to go ahead and click revert again, and I'm going to close this window on top. And now you'll see I'm back on my home screen. If I wanted to go ahead and open this estimate again, I would go to my Customer Center by going to the Customer menu on top. I would click on my customer, select my date range to be all, and here I can find my estimate, double click on it, and I'll be right inside that particular window. So we've now completed the walkthrough of working with estimates. After you finish preparing an estimate for a customer, the intent is that they will get in touch with you to proceed with that order. That means you will need to create an invoice, which is what we will go over in the next section. In this section, we will go over how to create invoices from estimates. In the previous two sections, we went over how to create an estimate. Now we're going to take the scenario that a customer that we have sent the estimate to wants to actually buy our products, which of course means we now need to provide them with an invoice. So we're currently on the screen where we were creating our estimate. One of the things we talked about in the previous section is the fact that if you're on the estimate screen, you can create an invoice right over here. But remember I told you that you're probably not going to be on the screen when you're ready to invoice your customer. Let's go ahead and close this estimate, and I'll show you how to create that invoice. I'm going to head over to the home screen. If you're following along the flowchart on the home screen, you can infer that you've already prepared an estimate, so the next thing in the flowchart is Create Invoices. So I'm going to click the invoice icon and select Create Invoices. Once you're creating an invoice, it's important to keep in mind that you will be recording your actual revenue along with your accounts receivable as soon as the invoice is saved. Notice this screen looks very similar to the estimate screen we were just looking at. The first thing it asks you is to pull in your customer and your job. And in this case, it was Joan Smith, Project XYZ. Now, what should happen is that because you have an estimate already set up, you should see this window that says Available Estimates. These would be any estimates you've created that you have not yet pulled the entire thing into an invoice. If you've already invoiced everything, then this will not pop up for this particular customer and job. If this doesn't pop up for some reason and you think it should, here are some things to look for. Let me click Cancel. First, you want to make sure that this name over here is the exact name of the estimate you created. If this just said Joan Smith, but the estimate said Joan Smith Project ABC or Project XYZ, that would not be an exact match, and then it wouldn't pull this window up. The other thing that happens often is that due to human error, you don't actually save and close the estimate you were creating, so be sure to save and close your estimate once you're finished working on it, Otherwise, the screen will not pop up. So to demonstrate the screen I'm talking about, again, going to hit escape, going to hit no. Let's go back into Invoices. I'm going to select Jones Smith, Project XYZ. I'm now going to choose a particular estimate that I want to pull from, and I'm going to click OK. If you selected that you wanted to activate progress invoicing when going through your setup options for your QuickBooks file, whether it be in the preferences or the easy step interview, a screen would appear asking if you want to invoice the entire estimate or only a certain percentage. For example, you may only want to invoice 50% of the entire estimate if the service you are providing is only 50% complete. However, given that we established that we would not need progress invoicing for this company, that is a distributor of pipes, we don't get this pop-up. Now, on my invoice, I have the ability to add additional line items if necessary, like either a shipping charge or other miscellaneous charge. All I have to do is, on the next available line, just go down and find whatever it is that I want to add to this. Now let's say in this particular case that we want to go ahead and add a delivery charge. What I would need to do is select delivery charge from this list, which means you first got to create an item called delivery charge, similar to the way how we set up the inventory item for 15-inch by 13-foot AC pipe. Then I would fill in my description, the delivery price, and it would update my subtotal and the HST if applicable. If you look on the bottom left, you'll notice I have a place for a customer message, just like when we were creating our estimate earlier. If I click the drop down, there are some in here that are pre-populated by QuickBooks. You could also add your own if you wanted by choosing Add New. There's also a place for a memo down here, just like we saw with the estimates. And also your customer tax code applicable. I'll choose a customer message. It's been a pleasure working with you. Here it tells you the amount of the sales tax, the total, if there were any payments already applied to this particular invoice, and the balance due. Back up here, you have the date of the particular invoice. By default, QuickBooks will either select the present day or the last transaction date as your invoice date. But let's change that to be January 5th, 2019. QuickBooks also pre-populated my invoice number down here. And remember, I told you in the previous section that this will start with number 1. So you will want to change your invoice number to one more suitable, and then the next one will be numbered sequentially. I'll put my invoice as number 2019-43. You've also got a place to insert the PO number, or purchase order number, which is a manual entry. Also, the terms applicable. I'll select net 30 in this case. It can be changed by clicking the drop-down. The rep. This is to indicate a sales rep that was assigned to this sale, which is very useful if you're running reports for sales reps to determine commissions. You can create a sales rep here by clicking the drop-down and selecting Add New. If we already have employees set up in QuickBooks, we would be able to select them from the list. I can also indicate the ship date, which will set it as January 8th, 2019. Via represents how it will be delivered. You can choose one of the ones that QuickBooks has available or create your own. Since we're delivering it ourselves, I will leave this blank. We can also indicate our FOB terms. Usually this is specified as either origin or destination. Our company's policy is FOB destination, so I will write destination in this field. Now let's have a look at your tabs available. As you'll see, it is very similar to the tabs that we saw when we were creating our estimate in the previous section. We talked about the fact that mostly everything that you would want to do on a regular basis is under the main tab. You will see that you can search through your invoices using the arrows or the find option. And in here you can input the detail of what invoice you're trying to look up. The next one over here is your new option. You're going to be able to save this invoice and create a new one if you'd like. You can also save this invoice or save it as a PDF. And if you wanted to delete your invoice, you would click the X over here. You also have the option to just void it, if you prefer, to leave it in here and just have it with a zero balance. Voiding it would be recommended if it's important for you to track the status of each invoice number in sequence. If you delete certain invoices instead, it will be a mystery if you're reconciling invoice numbers and you're trying to figure out what happened to the invoice that you deleted. Over here, you can make another copy of this invoice. Again, you would do that if you needed 2 invoices and you wanted to make a slight change on one. You can also memorize an invoice or mark it as pending. If you mark it as pending, it's still in QuickBooks. It doesn't delete it, but it doesn't really show up on reports until you're ready for it. You would have to come back here and activate it. If you wanted to print this invoice, you would click here. Notice you can also preview it if you hit the drop down. So if I click preview as such and click close on the spell check and click OK to this, I can now see what this invoice is going to look like. So if I zoom in a bit and just scroll up, right now it's going to be very plain at the moment. You can see it does have the company name and the address. It says invoice here on the right. There's a date of the invoice and the invoice number, your bill to and ship to. You can see the project name in this field over here. When we talk about customizing in a later module, you'll see that we can change that to say job name. And then you'll notice that you can see all of the items that you're invoicing for. And at the bottom, if we scroll down, you've got your sales tax, total, and GST HST registration number. And again, we can customize this to include more information. I'm going to hit close. If I wanted to print the invoice or the batch, I would hit the drop down under the print icon again. In order to print the batch, you would need to have several invoices created and then choose the option to print later over here under each invoice. When you're ready to print the batch, you choose batch over here and it knows which ones to print. Notice you could also print a packing slip, a shipping label, or an envelope right from here, or save it as a PDF. In the next section, we'll continue exploring these buttons on top. In this section, we are going to continue exploring the different options we have available to us when we are creating invoices from estimates. In the previous section, I walked you through how to create an invoice from an estimate. If you didn't watch a previous section, I recommend that you do so before watching this one. Let's continue going through these buttons on the main tab. We're all the way over to the Attach a File. If you have any files related to this particular invoice that you just want to keep attached to this transaction for easy reference, you would use this feature. So if I click this icon, and to do so I first need to save this invoice, and click close on the spell check, you can see that I can attach a file using various methods. Let me close this. Here's a couple of new buttons we haven't seen yet. The first one is Add Time/Cost. So let me tell you a little bit about this, and then we'll actually look at it more in depth in a later module. You're going to have a lot of expenses you incur related to this particular invoice you're creating. As you're creating those expenses, whether you use a credit card, you write a check, or use your debit card, there will be a field available under each to specify what customer and job that particular expense relates to. If you kept track of this, you then have the ability to pull those into this particular invoice, whether you're ready to invoice your customer to get reimbursed. The next one below is Apply Credits. If you have already created a credit memo, you can come here and apply that credit memo to this invoice. The Receive Payments function allows you to record payments from your customer pertaining to this invoice. If the customer gives you a down payment, for example, you can receive it here. But chances are you're not going to be on this window when you're ready to receive a payment. You can also create a batch. Let's say there were 3 different customers who were going to pay this invoice. Maybe they were each going to pay a third of it. You can actually take this one invoice and it will create one and send it to multiple customers. It's an uncommon procedure done in accounting, but it is useful if you find yourself faced with recording that type of transaction. And there's your refund/credit option. If you're going to actually create a credit memo or you're going to refund a customer for something pertaining to this invoice, this is the option that you would want to select. Now let's go to the Formatting tab. You'll notice that all of these options are exactly the same as when we discussed estimates in Module 4, Section 4. These options will allow you to customize your invoice template. There's also your spell check, insert a line, delete a line, and copy a line options. Under the Send tab, these 2 options here have to do with mail merges with Microsoft Word, which we'll see in more detail in a later module. Your last tab has your reports. Again, the important one I want you to be aware of is the transaction history, because this will allow you to see the actual estimate that started the whole thing, how many invoices have been created, and any payments towards this invoice, all the way through. Here are your reports that have to do with invoicing. You've got one where you can view the open invoices. It will generate a report of all your invoices that have not been paid as of today, as such. Let me close this report screen by clicking Escape. You can also look at your sales by customer detail and also your average days to pay summary. So there are your options for creating invoices. I'm going to go ahead and hit Save and Close at the bottom. And now you'll see that we're back on our home screen. If I go back to my Customer Center and look under Joan Smith, you can see here that we have an estimate and an invoice for our customer. In the next section, I will go over how to invoice your customer for products or services when you necessarily don't have an estimate to begin with. In this section, I will walk you through how to invoice a customer for products and services in the situation where you don't have an estimate you'd like to attach to that invoice. In the previous 2 sections, we took the scenario where Joan Smith came in on January 3rd to request an estimate for pipes, and then decided to agree to purchase the pipes on January 5th, which led to the creation of an invoice. However, not every company will do estimates, nor will your customer necessarily request one. Joan may have agreed to purchase the pipes as soon as she walked in the door. If you're not dealing with estimates but just want to create an invoice, all you need to do is click Invoices on the home screen and select Create Invoices. You can also go to the Customers menu on top and hit Create Invoices. Both will bring you to the same place. In our scenario, Jack Leyland, a new customer, has come into our warehouse and wants to buy one 15-inch by 13-foot AC pipe, the same type that Joan bought. He needs it as soon as possible and will be arranging delivery on his own. In this situation, we would hit the drop-down arrow for Customer and select Add New. We will input his customer information. So I put the last name, comma, first name. Jack works for the company Easy Excavation. We will input his phone number and address. and I'm going to hit OK. The only other thing I'm going to put in customer info is his sales tax code. So I'm going to go to sales tax settings, and I'll select his tax code as H for HST. And I'm going to hit OK. Notice that the date of the invoice QuickBooks pre-populated is from the date used on the last invoice entered, and the invoice number is in sequence with the last invoice entered. So if you recall from the previous section, we used invoice number 2019-43 for Joan Smith. So now we have 2019-44 for Jack's invoice. All you now have to do is fill in the fields. I will select my inventory item, put my quantity as 1. I'm not going to add any delivery fees since the customer will be picking up the item themselves. My invoice date will be January 6, 2019. Given that this customer is new to me and I don't have a credit history, I'm going to put the terms as due on receipt. I'm going to choose an appropriate message. You'll again notice that the sales tax and total amount of the invoice are calculated automatically. I'm going to hit save and close. Going to select yes. QuickBooks is also letting me know that I've changed the terms to due on receipt, so I will say yes to have it applicable to all past and future transactions for Jack Leyland. Going to close the spell check. And if I go to my customer center, you're going to see that now I have an invoice outstanding for both Jack Leyland for $25.99 and another for Joan Smith for $12,430. What I just want to quickly point out about Joan's balance is that it's currently showing $14,690. The reason why is because when we set our opening balance for $2,260, it actually created an invoice for that amount, saying that that amount is outstanding. If we determine that this opening balance does not exist, what we can do is delete it by going to Main, clicking Delete, and hitting Delete. Selecting Yes, selecting OK. I'm now going to hit Escape. And now I have the balances for Joan Smith of $12,430 and Jack Leyland of $25.99. So that's all you need to do for invoicing. As I just mentioned, we set terms with Jack where we expect to get paid on the spot. In the next section, I'll show you how to record receipts from outstanding invoices. In this section, I'm going to show you how to record receipts of money from customers who have outstanding invoices. In the previous section, we gave the example that Jack Leyland will be paying us on receipt when he came in on January 6, 2019. No matter how Jack ends up paying us, whether it be cash, check, debit, or credit card, this is how you enter the payment. First, you need to go to Receive Payments on the home screen, or you can go to Receive Payments from the Customer's menu on top. The first thing it asks you is who is the customer and the job you're receiving the payment for, over here. You'll notice that as soon as I select Jack Leyland, it recognizes that there is an outstanding invoice for him amounting to $2,599. If there were more unpaid invoices, they would also show on the list below. This screen also shows me the total balance outstanding for this particular customer over here. It also shows me if there has been any partial payments on any invoices. For example, if Jack had previously paid me $1,000 for this outstanding invoice, it would show the original amount as $2,599 and the amount due as $1,599. That is $2,599 less $1,000. I'm going to go up to the payment amount field and type in how much the customer paid me. For this demonstration, I'm going to say that Jack paid me $2,590 by check dated January 6, 2019. I'm going to hit tab. When Jack wrote the check, he accidentally put in $2,590 instead of the full $2,599 owing. In this case, he underpaid me by $9. You'll notice right down here, it tells me I have an underpayment of $9. I have a couple of choices. I can leave it on their account and hope they'll pay me later, or I can write off the extra amount. I'm going to leave it in their account for now, so I could show you later how to just go and do a credit memo for that. I'm also going to specify that Jack paid me by check, and his check number was 4527. In case if Jack paid me by another method, you can choose it from the drop-down. You can even create a new payment method here, like Square or PayPal. Notice, however, that the fields change if Jack paid me using an alternative means. For example, if he paid me by MasterCard, it would allow me to input his credit card number and expiration date. This would only be for internal use and is not mandatory to be entered in. I'm going to select Check again. In this case, we only have one invoice to apply the payment to. But let's say we had two invoices in the system, and Jack specified that he wanted the payment to cover half of each outstanding invoice. What we could do is specify the amount that the payment is to be applied to for each invoice under the payment option over here. And as long as the total amount in the payment column here equals the payment amount we specified above of $2,590, we should be fine. Let's look at some of the options on our tabs across on top. I'm on the Main tab, and you know a lot of these already if you watch the previous sections in this module. Here are your Find options. There's your New option, which would actually save this payment and put me on a new blank one. I can delete this payment. I might choose to print it, or I might choose to email it to my customer. I can also attach a file related to this customer payment. I can also look up a customer or invoice. Now, in saying that, let me just mention that let's say I wanted to look into this invoice I issued to Jack. I can double click on it, and it would open the invoice window right from here. If you make a change to this and click Save and Close, then it would be automatically reflected back over here. The next option here is to unapply your payments. That basically just unchecks them all, and you can go back and manually check them and make sure you have the correct payment amount over on the right column. I'm going to select this invoice again. You can apply discounts and credits. Also, if you had already saved this customer payment, you could record a bounce check if that's what happened after the fact. On the next tab, you've got your reports. Remember, the important one I want you to notice is the transaction history. Once we actually save this payment, I can click this button and go back and see the invoices that it paid. I've also got a transaction journal report I can run. I would need to save and close this transaction before I can view it, but basically in QuickBooks, a transaction journal report would show your actual journal entry for this transaction. That is, what accounts are being debited and credited, and for what amounts. I've also got an option to open a processed payment receipt. Basically, if I needed a printable receipt that I could give my customer, I can go ahead and print it out from here. And then I have some reports I can look at. I can look at open invoices. Those are the ones that haven't been paid. I can look at customer balance detail, sales by item detail, and an item price list. On the right side, you'll see there is an option to select what account this gets deposited to. If you remember in Module 3, when we were selecting payment preferences under company settings, we unselected the option that said Use undeposited funds as default deposit to account. If we had selected that option, this field here asking us to choose which account to go to would not appear. It would automatically have the payment go to undeposited funds. However, since we unselected that option, we have the ability to select what account this should go to. My recommendation on what account to select is this. If you are going to take the check that Jack gave you and deposit it in the bank the same day with no other checks from other customers, you can have the customer payment transaction go directly to that bank account by selecting the bank account from the list. If, however, you are going to be depositing this check at a later date, or you are going to deposit multiple checks from different customers when you go to do your bank run, you should have the customer payment go to the undeposited funds account. It is also recommended to select the undeposited funds account when your customer is paying via debit or credit card and the receipts get deposited into your bank account as a batch with other customer receipts, like in the situation where they use a merchant terminal to pay with these cards. Since it is not often where you will go to the bank just to deposit only one check, and you'd rather do several checks in order to save time, you will often find yourself needing to select undeposited funds as a customer payment account. Therefore, I will leave the undeposited funds selection as is. I'm now going to hit Save and Close at the bottom. And I'm going to click Yes. If I want to go back to that customer payment that I recorded, all I need to do is go back to the Customer Center, scroll to Jack Leyland over here, and double click on the January 6th payment as shown on the list. If I want to view this transaction journal, I'm going to go to Transaction Journal under Reports, and you'll see that I am presented with my journal entry showing me that it's debiting undeposited funds and crediting accounts receivable by the same amount, $2,590. Of course, you can expand these columns if you need to see things better, as I just demonstrated. Let me click Escape to get out of here, and click No to this, and we're going to hit Escape out of here as well. Now, let's say the same day, one of our other customers, Joan Smith, decides to give us a partial payment by check on her outstanding invoice. That is, we receive a check from Joan for $5,000, and the check is dated January 6th. Similar to what we did with Jack, I'm going to click Receive Payments, pull up Joan Smith, enter the payment amount of $5,000, and enter Joan's check number, which happens to be number 568. The January 6th date is correct. I'm now going to hit Save and Close. Now that we have two checks to deposit from customers, one from Jack Leyland and the other from Joan Smith, we decide that the next day we will head to the bank and deposit both checks. The next section will walk you through how to record this deposit. In this section, I will walk you through how to record a deposit in QuickBooks. In the previous section, I showed the example where we receive two checks from customers on January 6, 2019, and on January 7th, the following day, we will be making a trip to the bank to deposit these checks. I'm now on my home screen. If you recall from the previous section, I put both check receipts to the undeposited funds account, since they were only received but not deposited yet. To see what I mean, if I go to the chart of accounts and look at undeposited funds, you'll see a balance of $7,590. If I double click on this, the register tells me that this balance is coming from two customer receipts that we already recorded. In order to take these funds and put them both into the bank account as one combined deposit, you need to go back to the home screen and follow the flow chart to where it says Record Deposits. And you'll see a number 2 sitting on top of the bank vault icon, meaning that there are 2 deposits to be deposited. I can also access Record Deposits from the banking menu and hit Make Deposits. Both bring me to the same place. This here is the money sitting in undeposited funds. You can see that there are 2 checks to be deposited, one from Jack Leyland and the other from Joan Smith. What you'll need to do is to check off the ones that you're going to put in this deposit. Now remember, you want the deposits in QuickBooks to match deposits that actually happened at the bank. Since I'm depositing both checks at the same time, I'll go ahead and check them all and click OK. And now you see it's pulled in both of these payments. What you don't want to do is change this account. This is where the money actually is coming from. That is undeposited funds. Do not try to change that. You do want to make sure you're depositing this to the correct bank account shown under the Deposit To selection, along with the correct date of your deposit. We said our deposit date will be January 7th, so I'm going to go ahead and change that. Our bank account will be checking. Going to click OK to this. And if you wanted to add something else to this deposit, you could. Let's say that along with your check deposit, the shareholder also deposited $500 of their own money into the business. What you could do is underneath the check deposits, you would select from account as shareholder loan, and then input the amount of $500. You could also leave a description for internal reference purposes. For example, I might want to call this personal cash deposit. And under the payment method, select cash. At the top, you'll notice that you have a few menu options available. You can use the left and right arrows here to search through your deposits. You could save this deposit. You could print this either as an individual slip or a summary. You can also go back and see the payments. This is where we checked off those 2 payments. You again also have the ability to attach a document to this particular transaction over here. And if you click History, it would allow you to go back and look at the history of this particular deposit. Before we save and close this, note the total deposit is $8,090. Now, when I hit Save and Close and agree to the transaction being over 90 days old, 2 things have now happened. Number 1, if I go back and look at the chart of accounts, notice undeposited funds is now 0. This is correct. Number 2, if I go to my bank register, notice I have a deposit recorded on January 7th for $8,090. The reason why it says split is because there is more than one transaction on that particular deposit. When we go through reconciling our bank account in a later module, you'll see that it will be easy to reconcile this deposit item, as it should match the deposit hitting our bank statement. So that concludes all you have to do to record a deposit. In this section, I will show you how to create credit memos in QuickBooks. You would use a credit memo in the situation where a customer returned an item and you want to keep a credit on their account. Or it could be used in the situation we saw before, where one of our customers underpaid us by a small amount and we want to just write it off. Whether you're going to actually issue a refund to a customer who's already paid in full, or issue a credit memo that stays on their account, you're going to do it the exact same way. You're going to use this Refunds and Credits button over here. Before we do this though, I want to look at a quick report having to do with accounts receivable so that you can see that we do have monies sitting on our customer's account that we're going to want to credit in this particular exercise. I'm going to go up to Reports, and I'm going to come down to Customers and Receivables. And I want to look at Open Invoices. Now we're going to look at all the reports later in Module 11, but right now this report shows me any invoices that have not been paid. And if you recall in Section 8 of this module, one of our customers, Jack Leyland, shorted us $9 by mistake. As you can see on the Open Invoices list, it shows me this $9 underpayment under Jack Leyland. Once we create a credit memo, this $9 will disappear. Let's go back to the home screen by clicking Escape and click Refunds and Credits. We're going to select our customer we want to credit, so I'm going to choose Jack Leyland up here. Next, you'll need to make sure that the fields on top are accurate. That is the day we are crediting Jack, which will be January 7th, 2019. This was the day after we received his check. You can also customize your credit memo number. Let's call it CM-1. But here's the important part. We're going to go down to the item and decide what it is we'd like to credit. Now, I want you to think about this. If you are refunding a customer for a physical inventory part, let's say a pipe for example, when you actually created the invoice to sell the pipe, QuickBooks took that pipe out of your inventory. If the person is returning the pipe, then you'll want to put it back in your inventory, assuming it's still sellable. That means you need to pick that same pipe from this list as such. That's really, really important as far as keeping inventory correct. In this case, however, all we want to do is just write off some bad debt, which was the $9 we talked about. In order to select a bad debt line item here, we have to create one. So I'm going to click Add New. The type I'm going to select as Other Charge. The item name will be Bad Debt. And the account will indicate it as Bad Debts, which we do not have, so we also have to create that account as well. So I'm going to hit Escape. I'm going to go to the top, click Add New. This will be an expense account. The account name will be Bad Debts. And the account code will be 65,000. Let's hit OK. I'm going to hit OK to this as well. So now I'm going to just remove this line. I'm going to go up to Formatting, hit Delete Line. Now I need to include my $9 credit. So if I put in 9 here and hit Tab, notice that QuickBooks is actually going to credit Jack $10.17, not $9. To fix this, we need to make our $9 credit here before tax. So let's put our cursor beside the $9 under rate, hit the slash key, type 1.13, and hit enter, and hit tab. And now you'll see that the total credit below is $9, which is correct. We should also include a description to any bad debt adjustments we make. So I'm going to say check discrepancy, minor. As far as the tabs on top, the features you get in the credit memo screen are the same as what we've already seen when creating estimates and invoices, as we did in the earlier sections in this module. Let me go ahead and preview this credit memo just so you can see what it's going to look like. So I'm going to hit print and preview. Ignore the spelling error. And I'm just going to zoom in. Notice it says credit memo right here. And it does have all the information that we have put in on the credit memo as such. I'm going to go ahead and close this. You also have the ability to email this, like we've talked about. You can also attach a file. There are two new functions here that are worth mentioning. Use credit to give refund and use credit to apply to invoice. Use credit to give refund is the one you would click if you wanted to go ahead and zero out the invoice and give them a refund. Instead, what we want to do in this case is to select the bottom one. Use credit to apply to invoice. As we aren't actually refunding our customer any money, we're just writing off a small bad debt. Now, let's say if we missed these two options, and I just proceeded to hit save and close down at the bottom. And click yes. And ignore the spelling error again. It's going to pop up and ask you, do you want to keep this as a credit on their account, give them a refund, or apply it to an invoice? I'm going to choose apply it to an invoice and click OK. And here's where any invoices that are open appear. If it sees an exact match like it does here, it will automatically check it off. So make sure you've got the correct one chosen. Now we're going to click Done. And that's all you have to do to apply the credit. If I go back and pull up my open invoices again, you're going to see that Jack Leyland is nowhere on this list because his invoice is totally paid. In this section, I will show you how to enter an overpayment from a customer in QuickBooks. This isn't likely to happen often with your customers, as usually customers don't overpay you, and usually they end up underpaying you, as we demonstrated in the previous section. We are now at our home screen. Let's say on January 11th, we receive another check from Joan Smith for $7,450. The check stub indicates that this is meant to pay off the remaining balance on invoice number 2019-43. We're going to process this the same way as we recorded customer receipts in the previous sections. What we'll do is click Receive Payments, choose our customer name, being Joan Smith, type in the payment amount of $7,450, indicate the check date as January 11th, 2019, and fill in her check number she gave us, being number 571. Now, notice that we inputted that she gave us a check of $7,450, but the remaining amount due is only $7,430, meaning she overpaid us by $20. If we go down to the bottom, you'll notice that we are given two options on how to handle this overpayment. We can either leave the credit to be used later, or we can refund the customer by the amount overpaid. If I select the first option and select Save and Close, and agree that this transaction is over 90 days old, it will prompt us to either print a credit memo for the customer for our internal records, or just hit OK to save it. Let's hit OK. Now, if we go to the Customer Center, we can see that Joan Smith has a negative balance of $20, meaning that we owe her money. So just to demonstrate, if we created another new invoice to Joan by going up to Customers and clicking Create Invoices and hitting Tab, let's ignore the estimate notice for now. You will see on the right corner that she has a $20 credit available. If we were to make another sale for, let's say, 2 more pipes as such, we can now apply this credit against the total invoice by going under the main tab here and selecting Apply Credits. A few windows will pop up wanting us to confirm a few things. Notice that it's telling me on this window that the amount due on the invoice is $5,198. But because of the $20 credit that it's applying, the balance due is actually going to be $5,178. Let me hit Done. Now you'll notice that the $20 credit would be applied to this invoice at the bottom, grand total. For this demonstration, I'm not going to save this invoice, but now you can at least see how the credit would be applied against the invoice. Let me hit Delete on this invoice. And let's continue. I now want to show you what would happen if we refunded the $20 overpayment to the customer. Let me go back to our customer center and go back to the $7,450 payment received by double-clicking here. This time, I'm going to select the option Refund the amount to the customer. If I hit Save and Close and select Yes to this, a window will appear prompting me to enter details on issuing a refund check to Joan Smith. Let's say we date our check as January 14th. We specify that we are going to refund her via check up here. However, there are other payment options we can select, like various credit cards. Let me hit Escape. We can also put in a memo, which we will do. We'll say overpayment on invoice number 2019-43. I'm going to unselect to be printed as we will be writing out this check. The next check number our company has available is 507. So we would type this up here. And let's hit OK. Now we're back to the Customer Center screen, and you can see that a check for $20 now appears under Joan Smith, and your customer balance is now sitting at 0. If I double click on the check, the Write Checks window will open, showing me all the details that I specified in the previous window. Also notice that it is debiting the accounts receivable account under Joan Smith by $20, which can further be verified by going to the Reports tab and selecting Transaction Journal. So that sums up how to record customer overpayments in QuickBooks. In this section, I will show you how to enter a down payment from a customer in QuickBooks. What a down payment means is that the customer has paid for a good or service in advance before they have actually purchased the good or have the service rendered. Depending on what industry you're in, down payments are sometimes called deposits or retainers. What's important to keep in mind here is that if the customer did not have the good or service provided to them yet, there will likely be no invoice to apply the down payment to. Let's go back to our Adams Fittings and Supply Limited file, and I'll provide an example. So we're back on our home screen. Let's say on January 25th, Joan Smith returns back to our warehouse, and she says that she needs to order 25 more AC pipes that she previously purchased from us earlier in the month. Given that the total price of this order would amount to $57,500, and that Adams currently doesn't have enough of these pipes in stock, the warehouse manager and Joan have agreed that Joan will have to make a 20% deposit or down payment on the order, amounting to $11,500. To record this deposit, go to Receive Payments, select the customer name, being Joan Smith in this case. Also, for this scenario, Joan has not specified for which project it is, so we're not going to assign it any particular project. Our payment amount is $11,500. Going to hit Tab. The date will be January 25th, 2019. Going to hit Tab again. She is again paying us by check, and the check number is 581. We will have this payment go to undeposited funds, as this check will likely be deposited at the bank with other customer checks received later. Notice that there are no open invoices that appear under Joan as expected. However, if there were a few open invoices for her, we would not want to select any of them, since the $11,500 is a deposit for a future invoice. We are going to select Leave the credit to be used later, and we're going to hit Save and Close at the bottom. And we're going to hit Yes here. If we wanted to, we can print a credit memo for Joan immediately by clicking here. Let me hit OK. Now if we go back to our customer center, you'll see there is an $11,500 credit sitting on Joan's account. Once Joan gets invoiced later for the $57,500 in full, the $11,500 credit can be applied against it using the exact same approach that I showed in the previous section. For this demonstration, however, I will leave the credit as unapplied for now. And if I click on Joan, I can see all the transactions pertaining to her so far. So that sums up how to handle customer down payments in QuickBooks. In this section, I will walk you through how to memorize a sales invoice in QuickBooks. This feature is primarily useful if you have a customer that often buys the same items frequently, like if they perform monthly orders. The first thing we need to do is select which invoice we want to memorize. For our demonstration, let's say that Jack Leyland orders one AC pipe once a month, as this is what his jobs require. If we go into the Customer Center, you'll recall that on January 6th, we invoiced him for one AC pipe for $2,300 plus HST. If we want to memorize this invoice, we need to go up to the Edit menu and select Memorize Invoice. Alternatively, we can click Memorize above. On this window, we first need to put in a description. Since Jack may come in to buy other items each month, I'm going to label this one Jack Leyland dash 13-foot AC pipe. We can be reminded to invoice Jack, and we can specify the reminder intervals here, but in this case I'm going to select Do Not Remind Me. I also do not want to automate this entry, as there is no guarantee that Jack will come in every month to buy this pipe. I'm going to hit OK. Now let's say it's February 5th, and Jack shows up at the warehouse and he says he needs to buy one AC pipe as usual. Instead of entering the invoice manually, what we can do is go to the Lists menu on top and select Memorized Transaction List. You'll see that the invoice we saved for Jack appears here. All I need to do now is double-click this line, change the date to February 5th, 2019, hit Tab, select my invoice number, which I'll say is 2019-45, All the other fields can stay as is. And then I'll click Save and Close, select Yes, pass on my spell check warning, and now my transaction is recorded, which you can verify by looking under Jack Leyland in the Customer Center. And that's how you create and recall a memorized sales invoice in QuickBooks. In this section, I will walk you through how to use price levels with specific customers you have in QuickBooks. The basic idea behind price levels are that when we set up inventory items, like the way we set up the AC pipe in section 3 of this module, we assign both a standard cost and a standard sales price. However, for certain customers, we may not want to sell them that unit of inventory at the standard price we set up. We may want to offer them a fixed discounted rate. Instead of manually figuring out the discount every time you create an invoice or estimate, you can set up a price level to automatically calculate the discounted rate for your particular customer. So what we'll do is create a new price level, associate it with one of Adam's Fittings and Supplies customers, and then create an invoice for that customer. However, before we can do this, let's create another inventory item for us to demonstrate this on. I'm going to click on the List menu, select Item List, click Item on the bottom, and hit New. We are going to select an inventory part. The name of our part will be Manhole JW100A flat. It costs us $150 to buy this item, and our sales price is $200. Our description will be manhole cover dash standard. So as I explained in the previous sections, this is what the customer sees on invoices and estimates. Our income account will be sales. And as of January 1st, 2019, we had 250 of these on hand. And our asset account is inventory asset. Everything else looks fine, so I'm going to hit OK and select Yes. So one of our customers, Jack Leyland, is a longtime customer of Adam's Fittings and Supply. And the company owner and Jack have agreed that Jack will be able to get 10% off any manhole covers and other less expensive items he needs for his jobs. To set this up, we're going to go back to the List menu and select Price Level List. This screen is currently blank as we have not set up any price levels yet. At the bottom, where it says Price Level, we're going to click this and hit New. We need to select a price level name, so we'll call it 10% Courtesy Discount. For the price level type, over here, we're going to select Fixed Percentage. And we're going to specify that the price level will decrease by 10% by typing 10 in this field. We are not going to round, but if you'd like to, there are several options available here. And we're going to hit OK. Now we need to assign this price level to our customer, Jack Leyland. Let's go to the Customer Center. On Jack Leyland, we're going to right-click and select Edit Customer Job. And under Payment Settings, we're going to select our price level to be 10% Courtesy Discount. And I'm going to hit OK. Now let's create our invoice. On February 10th, Jack comes into our warehouse to buy 10 manhole covers. So we're going to go to the Customers menu, click Create Invoices, select Jack as our customer, which QuickBooks has already done. Let's hit Tab. We'll set the date as February 10th, 2019. The invoice number will be 2019-55, as some time has passed from our previous example. We are going to put in our quantity as 10, and our item is manhole covers. Now, there's two things worth pointing out. First, notice that QuickBooks displays the name of the price level associated with this customer beside the customer name on top. Second, if you recall, our standard sales price for manhole covers was set at $200. However, QuickBooks already calculated the 10% discount, which is why it is showing up as $180 instead. In case you do not want the price level to take effect, and you just wanted to bill Jack at the standard rate, all you need to do is hit the drop down under the Price Each column and select the base sales price and hit the Tab key. Notice that QuickBooks advises us that if we just want to give the courtesy discount on manhole covers rather than on all items, we should assign the price level per item. If you recall, when we were on the price level screen, this was one of the options. Let me hit OK. Select Save and Close, and select Yes. And as you can see, my invoice has now been recorded. If I go back to my price list, and I wanted to create a new one, instead of selecting Fixed Percentage, I would select Per Item, and then specify what discounted price I would select for specific items here. However, since the 10% for Jack may apply to other items he buys than just manhole covers, I will keep my previous price selection as is. Let me click Cancel. And that's a simple way of using price levels for certain customers in QuickBooks. In this section, I'm going to walk you through creating statements for your customers in QuickBooks. A statement is a list of invoices owed by a customer as of a certain date, and is usually provided to customers at the end of every month. Not every business sends out statements, but it's a good control to put in place when you're trying to manage receivables and cash flow. As I said, statements are usually prepared and sent out at the end of every month, but you can actually send out a statement at any time of the month. I'm on my home screen right now. I'm going to click Statements over here. Alternatively, I can go to the Customers menu and select Create Statements. Both bring me to the same place. Carrying on from our scenario in the previous sections, the last sale we recorded was on February 10th to Jack Leyland. Let's say we're at the end of February and we want to send a statement to customers that owe us money. Therefore, we'll set our statement date as February 28th, 2019. For our statement period, you can narrow down a certain period, but we really want to see everything outstanding for our customers up to the February 28th, 2019 statement date. So I'm going to select All Open Transactions as of statement date. You do have some options when selecting your customers. Typically, you'll want to send one to all of your customers, but it could be that you have certain ones that you want to send a statement to. If that's the case, you can click Multiple Customers, hit Choose, and you would go down the list and pick the ones you'd like. You can also just send a statement to one customer over here, where you would choose your customer from the list as such. You also have the option to send a statement to customers of a particular type. We didn't discuss customer types much in the previous sections, but in order for this to work properly, I would need to assign my customer to a certain type. Just to briefly demonstrate this, if I go to my Customer Center, edit Jack Leyland's info by right-clicking on him and selecting Edit, Customer Job, and I go down to Additional Info, and here I would need to assign him a customer type. So let's say I assigned him to Wholesale, or even my own customer type by making a new one. And if I hit OK, if I go back to my statement options by going under Window and Create Statements, and I select Customers of Type and Wholesale, QuickBooks will prepare a statement for Jack along with any other customers assigned the same customer type. In the customer information screen I just previously went to, you could have also specified a preferred delivery method, either mail or email. So any customers that have that selection will be given a statement if you select the radio button that says Preferred Send Method and the method chosen from the drop-down. In this case, I want to send the statement to all customers, so I will select that. Now over here on the right, you're going to have some options on choosing which template to use. You have the ability to customize what the template looks like, and to do that, you need to hit Customize. When you click this, you get a preview screen, and there's many options you can select or deselect depending on what you want your customer to see. You also have the option to select one statement per customer or one per job. Since we usually care more about the entire customer balance and are not job focused when it comes to receivable management, I will select one statement per customer. There's also some other miscellaneous options available here you can choose from. For example, do you want to send a statement to your customers by postal code? Over here. Would you like to actually print the due date on your transactions? And also, you've got some options for things like if the customer doesn't owe you anything, you can choose not to send them a statement. Or if they owe less than a certain amount, like $5 or less, not to send them one. I'm going to select the option not to create statements for customers with a $0 balance. You can also assess finance charges. This feature will allow you to charge interest to your customers who have overdue balances over a certain amount. These will first need to be set up by going under Preferences and going to the Finance Charge menu, and then going to Company Preferences. Once these fields are filled in, QuickBooks will recognize anyone who is overdue, and it will create a separate invoice for each customer once you click this option, Assess Finance Charges. For this demonstration, I'm not going to run this. Now, before you run the statements, it's recommended that you preview it to see what it looks like. So I'm going to hit Preview on the left, and I'm going to zoom in a bit, and just scroll up. You can see that the statement says Statement in the top right corner. It has the statement date, the amount due, along with our customer name and address. In the body of the statement, it's going to list the invoice date, invoice number, when these invoices were due, the original amounts, and the balances outstanding. And at the bottom, you'll be able to see how much of that is current in the 1 to 30 days old category, 31 to 60 days, and so forth, along with the total amount due again. I'm going to go ahead and click Close on top, and if I'm satisfied with the preview, I have the option to either print or email this statement. And that's really all there is to sending statements for your customers. In this section, I'm going to show you how to use the income tracker that QuickBooks has. There is a place in QuickBooks where you can go and see all of your invoices that are open all in one place. And that way, if you wanted to do some batch actions, like perhaps email all of them or accept payments from several of them on the same screen, you'll be able to do that. The income tracker basically allows you to view this information. I'm on the home screen right now. However, there is no option to select the income tracker from here. Instead, you'll need to go up to your icon bar and you'll see the income tracker icon here. Let's click that. You'll see that the income tracker will list all of your invoices or estimates that are open. That's because those will be considered income to your business. You've got several different ways of viewing this window. First of all, you can look at just the estimates if you'd like to see those and then do something specific with those by clicking the Estimates bar on top. You might want to look at all your time and expenses in the same manner as such. We'll be talking about time and expenses in a later module. You can look at all of the open invoices. These are the ones that are not paid. You can also look at any that are overdue, and also any for the last 30 days. Whenever you're looking at any of these categories, you're going to be able to go and choose if you want to see all of these or if you want to see a specific customer. Whenever you're looking at any of these categories, like here, you're going to be able to go and choose if you want to see all of these or if you want to see a specific customer. There's just endless ways you can view the data here. Now, if you wanted to show everyone again, you're going to have to click Clear/Show All on the right. You also have the ability to customize your income tracker layout by clicking the gear icon on the right. In here, you can uncheck or check the ones that you'd like to see or not see in this list. So you can see if I uncheck time and expenses and click OK, I've now narrowed my list a little bit. Here's how you can do batch actions in the income tracker. What you'd need to do is go down the list and check off any of the customers that you'd like to do something with, as such. At the bottom of the list, you'll see it says Batch Actions. And if you click the down arrow, you can either batch email them, or you can look at the batch of invoices if you want. For each customer, you also have other actions you can perform, shown on the right column. I can either receive a payment for that customer, print this row, or email this row. At the very bottom, you also have quick access to the functions we already went through in this module, shown on this list here. So this section concludes a module on working with customers. There are 2 Let Me Try sections that follow to test your knowledge. In the next module, we will explore how we work with supplier or vendor transactions in QuickBooks.
If you're not a subscriber, click down below to subscribe so you get notified about similar videos we upload. To get 4 free courses in Excel, QuickBooks, Microsoft Project, and Photoshop, click over there. And click over there to see more videos from Simon Says It.